of allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee, can I have a motion to approve the minutes, item 4A and 4B?
Move to combine the meetings, item 4A and 4B, 4A being January 10th, 4B being January 24th. Motion to combine both of them, ma'am. Move to approve.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to approve these minutes. Don't see any objection. These minutes are approved. Mr. Mayor.
Nothing to report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair's report. The chair also serves as the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'd like to report on that. We met on March 16th, and the treasurer reported that the general government budget ended 2016 with an $11 million revenue shortfall due to some of the following issues: a $1.9 million reduction in the ability to garnish PFD garnishments, APD fines, revenue reduction, room tax decrease, cash pool earnings, marijuana tax, auto registration, Fund 181 shortfall, and there were other issues too. The OMB director reported that the overall general government operating budget achieved a 2% budget savings at year end, which resulted in an $8.5 to $8.8 million lapse. First quarter budget revision resolution will be introduced at the April 11th meeting. Based on 2016 revenue shortfall, the 2017 revenue projection will have to be reduced by $2.5 to $3 million during the first quarter. As of the end of February, labor is underspent community-wide. We also had discussion on the spending limit code requirement, and OMB is going to propose an updated spending limit calculation that will be presented sometime in April after first quarter, and it will include adjustments to medical and how the population and CPR are calculated. We had a SAP update. The data conversion is causing scheduling for testing to be about 2.5 weeks behind, but 83% of the work is completed. Payroll data is being loaded, which is necessary to begin the SIT-3 testing. The next Budget and Finance Committee meeting will be is going to be announced. Thank you. Okay, committee reports, and I'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee is meeting frequently. We're having less marijuana applications, but we've spent a lot of time on some minor but numerous changes to the regulations regarding marijuana. Also, for this evening, we have on our consent agenda 9F7, which is a change in Title 21, and I'd like to bring that to the Community and Economic Development Committee on April 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
The Audit Committee, we haven't met, but we are under progress to get the CAFR, the last year's financial summary reports, under audit. We've got our second update report from BDO. I broadcast that out to the committee members as well. So it seems all is well, even though we just got our last year's CAFR finalized. But we should be in good shape, I think, with that PERS and TERS problem. It doesn't appear that that's going to be problematic for us to see the audit of last year's finances of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow at noon. We're meeting at our new election center, 619 Ship Creek Avenue, for those of you who would like to attend. It'll be noon tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Steele.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dombowski.
Madam Chair, I don't have a report, but I'll take the moment, if I can, to just make a quick disclosure.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski.
Madam Chair, item 14B, AR number 2017-75, is a resolution reappropriating money from unused, unobligated contributions around in the Anchorage Fire Department. As I've made the disclosure many times, my husband is an Anchorage fire captain stationed at Station 11 and a member of IAFF Local 1264. I make the disclosure for you and the public to determine if I have a conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. The chair rules that you do not have a conflict. Thank you. Mr. Trainee, may I have a motion to incorporate the addendum and the laid-on-table items, please?
Move to combine the addendum to the agenda, laid on the table items with the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. May I have a second, please? Ask unanimous consent to incorporate. Seeing no objection, those items are incorporated. Addendum to the agenda, item 9F13, AO 2017-53, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.10 State Legislative Program, Chapter 2.20 Municipal Clerk's Office, and Chapter 2.30 Rules of Procedure for the Assembly to make gender neutral and to clarify and amend nomenclature and procedures. Laid on table items, agenda item 9F14, ordinance for introduction, AO 2017-59, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 15.75 to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens and environment of Anchorage by establishing pesticide-free policies and restrictions for parks, public lands, and properties. Mr. Trainee, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. May I have a second, please? Thank you. We will now go forward to see if anybody would like to remove items from the consent agenda, and I will start with you, Mr. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 9 Alpha 3, 9 Bravo 10, 9 Bravo 12, and I may have one more. Also 9 Delta 20.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
9 Alpha 1.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
9 Alpha 2 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would request that 9F5 be pulled for the purposes of postponing it indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Can somebody pull that item?
I'll pull that, Madam Chair. 9F5.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Okay. Those items that were pulled, minus the items that were pulled, let's approve the remaining items on the consent agenda. Sure. Before we approve the remaining items, I'm going to read the items that were pulled. 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9B10, 9B12, B like Bravo, 9D like Delta 20, and the last one was 9 Frank 5. Thank you. We're going to vote on the remaining consent agenda items. Please vote. Mr. Trainee?
My screen's not working.
Okay, and Mr. Evans can't vote.
Okay. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Evans? Thank you. That consent agenda was approved, 10 with one person absent. We are now at agenda item 9A1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27 each year as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Mr. Evans? Okay.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans, are you going to just read it?
Reading. No one's...
No one's here to present it to. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Sure. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27th each year as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Whereas on March 27, 1964, a 9.2 magnitude earthquake struck without warning and lasting over 4 minutes came to be known as the Good Friday earthquake, which rocked a 50,000 square mile area of south central Alaska. And whereas the Good Friday earthquake was the largest earthquake ever recorded in Alaska and United States history, creating great anguish for many residents who were directly involved and countless relatives, friends, and other loved ones in the lower 48, whose despair was in not knowing the fate of their loved ones in Alaska. And whereas the Good Friday earthquake caused a tragic loss of life, remarkable devastation to the municipality of Anchorage, leveling entire communities and endangering thousands of Alaskans. And whereas, following the earthquake, thousands of Alaskans from all walks of life became first responders, including firefighters, police officers, Alaska State Troopers, members of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Alaska Army National Guard, the Alaska Air National Guard, medics, doctors, nurses, municipal workers, ham radio operators, and many other emergency professionals selflessly served the state and their fellow Alaskans when they were needed most. And whereas citizens immediately displayed their resiliency, determination, and selflessness and began the process of rebuilding devastated communities and their lives, all while sacrificing to make life better for the generations that would follow. And whereas, because of the human cost and selfless sacrifices of the past, Anchorage today is a modern city of over 300,000 people with high-rise buildings, residential developments, an international airport, an ocean port, a joint military base, hospitals, universities, sports facilities, fine arts centers, and utility and transportation infrastructure. And whereas we have learned from the past and now maintain a high level of awareness and preparedness, a catastrophic earthquake can strike unannounced at any moment, and being ready, knowing it's not if, but when. Be it resolved that the municipality of Anchorage remembers, recognizes, and honors the hard work and exemplary sacrifice of the thousands of military and National Guard members, first responders, and citizens from all walks of life who came to the aid of countless Alaskans in the aftermath of the Good Friday earthquake. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designates March 27th each year as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of March 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ask unanimous consent to approve that resolution, and I don't see any objections. That resolution is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 9A2, AR 2017-98, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly congratulating Fran Ulmer, recipient of the 2017 Shining Lights Award. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to approve.
Second. Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to approve. Seeing no objection, this item is approved. Mr. Dunbar is going to present, I believe.
No, I believe Mr. Croft is going to present, and I'll read.
Excellent. Thank you.
Fran, I apologize. This is a long resolution, but I'll get through it. Whereas Congregation Beth Shalom of Anchorage presents its annual Shining Lights Award to individuals whose lives exemplify the Jewish value of tikkun olam, repairing the world, through dedication to community service and demonstration of the highest level of character, integrity, and ethics. And whereas Congregation Beth Shalom has selected Fran Ulmer as the 2017 Shining Lights Award honoree to recognize her outstanding contributions to the community. And whereas Fran grew up in a small Wisconsin town where her family played an active role in shaping their community, her grandfather spearheaded efforts to establish the Horicon National Wildlife Refuge, and her mother became the first woman to be elected to the school board in their small town. Her parents believed a person could achieve anything with hard work and a positive attitude. And whereas Fran took these lessons to heart and went on to study political science, economics, and law at the University of Wisconsin during a time when there were few professional opportunities for women. And whereas Fran moved to Juneau shortly after completing her law degree in 1972, she soon became immersed in Alaska's unique issues as the first woman legislative attorney. In 1977, Governor Hammond appointed her as the director of the Division of Policy Development and Planning. In this role, Fran set up the Coastal Management Program, coordinating state, federal, and local groups to provide coastal communities with a voice in regional development. And whereas in 1983, Fran was elected mayor of Juneau, following with 4 terms as a state representative. She served as the House Minority Leader during her final term. And whereas in 1994, Fran became the state's first and only woman lieutenant governor, transforming the state's voting system and modernizing state services through telecommunications. And whereas in 2004, Fran began a new phase of her career at the University of Alaska as a public policy professor, director of the Institute of Social and Economic Research, and finally as chancellor. And whereas under Fran's leadership, the university expanded its connections within the community and raised funds to construct several new facilities. And whereas Fran's reputation as a resource policy expert led to an appointment to the National Commission on the BP Deepwater Horizon oil spill and offshore drilling in June 2010. The following year, President Obama appointed Fran to her current position as chair of the U.S. Arctic Research Commission. She currently serves on the boards of the Nature Conservancy, National Parks Conservation Association, and First National Bank of Alaska. And whereas Fran has mentored and inspired generations of young women to a life of public service, she was elected Athena Woman of the Year in 2007. 2 years later, she earned a place in the Alaska Women's Hall of Fame. Throughout her busy career, Fran has been a role model for many women who watched her achieve the difficult balance between life and family. And whereas Fran lives in Anchorage and has 2 adult children and 1 grandchild, and as a longtime resident of Alaska, Fran embraces a deep appreciation of Alaska's natural resources, cultural traditions, and rich history. She travels regularly to the Arctic, making friends and memories in all corners of the state. Some of her most treasured experiences include bear watching on the Alaska Peninsula, kayaking in Glacier Bay, winning the Cusco 300 rookie sled dog race in Bethel, and helping a whaling crew in Barrow haul a bowhead whale over the ice with ropes. As an adopted member of the Tlingit Eagle Kagwatan Wolf Clan, her Tlingit name is Kinze. And whereas Fran Ulmer demonstrated a lifelong commitment to improving Alaska for future generations, leading policy and planning efforts and educating citizens throughout the Arctic. In her former capacities as mayor, state representative, lieutenant governor, professor, and chancellor, and in her present role as policy advisor, Fran truly embodies the spirit of Tikkun Olam, an effort to repair the world and make it a better place. And whereas Congregation Beth Shalom will present Fran Ulmer with the 2017 Shining Lights Award at a banquet in her honor at the Hotel Captain Cook, April 27, 2017. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly congratulates Fran Ulmer, 2017 Shining Lights Award recipient, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of March, 2017.
Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate your taking the time to recognize this award, which I am very honored and humbled to receive, the Shining Lights Award. It would be very hard for me to come tonight without saying a few words to you, so I hope you will give me 60 seconds. The first thing I want to say is thank you for your service to this community. Having served for quite a few years, actually, in elected office, I know that this is not an easy thing to do. I know you spend long hours, not just in meetings, but at home, on the phone, listening to people, and every time you go grocery shopping, I'm sure you get stopped where somebody has something that they want to tell you. I just want to say thank you. Before I came tonight, I actually looked at each and every one of your bios on the municipality page, and I was very impressed by the fact that it's not just that you're serving in this capacity, you have served in many capacities in this community, in a volunteer capacity, for businesses, for the chamber, for many organizations. So on behalf of many Anchorage residents who maybe never have a chance to come before you and say thank you for what you do, I want to say thank you for what you do. I also noticed that a number of you graduated from UAA, or you have children who graduated from UAA. So it would, of course, be completely in character for me to also say I'm really glad that we live in a town that is a college town, and because you have attended UAA, you know how important it is that we continue to support the university as a source of our, not only our workforce, but our economy. Finally, it would also be completely uncharacteristic of me not to share something with you. So this is the most recent report from the Arctic Research Commission that I chair about very important Arctic issues that can benefit from research, from science, from policy attention. So I've brought copies for each of you and, of course, also for the mayor and his staff. And I encourage you to not only read it and think about it, but also, to the extent Anchorage can, play an active role in making certain that our country continues to be a leader in Arctic policy. Obviously, the United States is only an Arctic nation because of us, and so that really puts on all of our shoulders a responsibility to engage on these important issues. And with that, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, thank you all very much for this honor this evening.
Thank you for your service and congratulations.
Thank you. And I'll give these to you.
We are now at agenda item 9, 9A3, AR 2017-107, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Jack White Real Estate and owner Naomi Louvier for their support of the 20th Annual Alaska Point of Life Youth Leadership Institute and recognizing the 2017 Alaska PLYI graduates. Ms. Dombrowski.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved. Mr. Peterson is going to present, and someone else is going to read.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly. Yes.
Excuse me.
I asked the youth to come at 5:45.
Oh, we can wait.
Is there a possibility of bringing this a little?
Certainly. We'll wait. The ordinance the resolution has already been approved, but we'll wait. As soon as they get here, let us know, and we'll go back to it. Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. We are now at agenda item 9B, like Bravo 10, AR 2017-109, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,000 from the United States Food and Drug Administration and $66 as a contribution from the 2017 General Government Operating Budget, Department of Health and Human Services, for food safety and sanitation in the Department of Health and Human Services for staff to attend the FDA Pacific Regional Food Seminar. Ms. Dombrowski.
Move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. I pulled this, and the same with B12. I just want to make sure I understand this because they are so similar. I don't believe, after looking at it closely, it's duplicative, but I would like to ask somebody either from the department or the administration. The way I read this is $3,000 plus $66 from the municipality is going to send somebody to this training. And then under 9B12, I'm just going to throw it in there because they're so close to each other. It's $3,000 for training, but $124 municipal match. So the way I read it is somebody's going on a trip and maybe they're going to come back and train some people? Or are they duplicative?
Somebody did second it.
Madam Chairman? I'm looking for Deanne Fetko, who was here a second ago and ready to answer this question, and now I don't see her.
The reason this comes up, I'll just say for the assembly members that are trying to track what I'm not articulately saying, is there appears to be a federal grant. It's $3,000 and plus a municipal match of $66 to send somebody to an FDA training. And then there's a second one under B12 that looks very, very, very similar. The only words that are not there are actually the fact that they will attend the FDA Pacific Regional Food Seminar. So I want to make sure maybe somebody didn't go back and realize the $124 was the right number. I want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts here.
Deanne, go ahead.
Ms. Dombrowski, through the chair. I'm sorry, I missed part of the question.
I just want to make sure that 9 Bravo 10 and 9 Bravo 12 are not duplicative because they're so similar. I want to understand what the difference is, or is it a duplication?
The first one is for out-of-state training, and the second one is for paying for staff time to do standardization here in town.
So it is two separate things.
They are two separate grants.
After reading it a third time, I think that's what I determined, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Right. Right. Thank you. That item is approved, 10 and 1 absent. We are now at agenda item 9B12, AR 2017-111, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,000 from the United States Food and Drug Administration and $124 as a contribution from the 2017 General Government Operating Budget, Department of Health and Human Services, to the federal grants for food safety and sanitation in the Department of Health and Human Services for staff training on FDA inspection standards. Ms. Dombrowski.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski.
No comment.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to approve this resolution, and seeing no objection, this resolution is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 9D20, Assembly Memorandum AM 25227, sole source purchase from Western Peterbilt for 2 refuge collection side-loading garbage trucks. Ms. Dombrowski.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski.
The reason I pulled this one, I wanted to see if someone was here from Solid Waste Services who could speak specifically about the process we're acquiring 2 dump trucks, but I'm using this as an opportunity to discuss the snafu that happened under the last sale of the dump trucks. Is anybody here? You knew the question was coming, didn't you? You're smiling. Okay, so the reason I pulled this is because I received a number of phone calls complaining about the last sale of trucks from Solid Waste Services, in that it took many, many, many months to get them sold. They were inventoried incorrectly, and there was a lot of confusion. I think Mr. Oliva testified to it, and I had 2 other individuals that had called me about it. So can you explain to us, we're replacing obviously some trucks here, but when we get to the process of selling these trucks or getting rid of an asset that we don't need, what is Solid Waste Services' response, and what priority do you put on that? How fast do you try to turn them around?
With the new trucks that we're trying to receive, or the trucks that we're replacing?
The trucks we're replacing.
As soon as we have a number of trucks that needs to be replaced. It hasn't been replaced. The last automated truck that we purchased was back in 2012.
So let me ask you this question. When you go to replace these trucks, you have a truck that is not needed anymore. What priority does Solid Waste Services have to do that in a timely and efficient fashion? Because the last round of truck sales did not happen like that. It was less than adequate.
Ms. Dombrowski, are you asking about the surplus sales?
I am asking specifically, they were Solid Waste Services trucks. So what I'm saying is this is a particular thing to replace trucks. So I'm asking about when we replace the trucks and we have trucks for sale. I know Ron knows exactly what I'm talking about. When we replace the trucks, what priority do we make to get rid of them in a timely fashion? I think holding on to them for a year, 2 years when we know we're not using them is probably not a good use of taxpayer money. They depreciate pretty quickly. So I want to know from Solid Waste Services, what are you going to do to rectify the absolute less than adequate service that happened last time? When we're replacing them, we're giving you a check here to replace them. I want to know what's happening to the trucks that we're replacing.
Well, to answer that question, I haven't been involved. This is actually my first time been involved with surplus trucks. Due to the previous administration, there was a time lapse, if you will, that I wasn't able to. When I came on board in the management 3 years ago, I kind of came in during a time when there was a change in our department, and I kind of came into the department in the management field where a lot of the stuff with I had to pretty much figure out and learn on my own.
Okay. So if I could have the director come up to the microphone, please. Yep. So are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am. So I can't make excuses for what's happened in the past as far as surplusing of equipment in a timely manner. However, I do know moving forward that that's a priority for me, because I completely agree 100% that leaving equipment around in the yard for years on end is not a good use of our equipment, especially when we can get money for that equipment. So I can say emphatically that we will, without a doubt, make a better effort to, have the detailed list of vehicles done correctly, and make sure that we're turning around surplus equipment in a much more timely manner than we have done in the past.
I really appreciate that, because, it's hard for me to sit here and vote to give you money to go ahead and buy new equipment when, I have had so many complaints about the last sale, and, things happen, but I just want to make sure there's a proactive plan moving forward to make sure it won't happen again.
Yeah, and we're working better with purchasing, working hand in hand to make sure that we're getting the list correct and we're going down the right avenue, whether it's an ITB or a auction, all those types of things.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Abbott, you're in the queue.
Thank you. That was just to be able to make sure that Mr. Haddon had a chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. Bo, are the students here? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We're back to agenda item 9A3, Resolution 2017-107, thanking Jack White Real Estate and owner Naomi Louvier for their support of the 20th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute and recognizing the 2017 Alaska PLYI graduates. We already had a motion to approve, but let's do it again. Mr. Dombrowski?
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is again approved.
Can I go ahead?
Please. Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Jack White Real Estate and owner Naomi Louvier for their support of the 20th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, PLYI, and recognizing the 2017 Alaska PLYI graduates. Whereas the Center for Creative Leadership created the Points of Light Youth Leadership Curriculum in 1996 to encourage and train young Americans to get actively involved in their community. And whereas since the first Alaska PLYI held in 1998, more than 1,000 Alaskan students from across the state have graduated from the Institute with one of the best and longest running community youth trainings of its kind anywhere in the United States. Whereas one of the goals of Alaska PLYI is to train diverse middle level and high school students in creative community leadership to serve others and make a positive difference in their school community and better the world for all. And whereas the 20th Annual Alaska PLYI was sponsored by Jack White Real Estate in partnership with several community-based organizations, including the University of Alaska Student Outreach, Rural CAP, The Faithful Few, and was conducted over spring break, March 13th to 17th, 2017, and at the Jack White Centerpoint building. And whereas 45 outstanding youth leaders and volunteer service participated in the 40-hour community leadership training that included 5 days of skill development and instruction in self and community assessments, team communication, diversity, goal setting, project planning, decision making, and service learning activities, and honored as Alaska's 2017 Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute graduates: Iman Allen, Eagle River High School; Isis Allen, Eagle River High School; Lorenzo Del Rosario, Service High School; Nicole Young, East High School; Isaiah Miller, Alaska Military Youth Academy; Hannah Marie Allen, Nenana City School; Alexia Andrew, Bartlett High School; Zoe Brown, Nenana City School; Dante Burke, Nenana City School; Melissa Berger, East Anchorage High School; Joanne Cabbage, East Anchorage High School; Shalia Campbell, East Anchorage High School; Araya Cook, East Anchorage High School; Joya Cook, East Anchorage High School; Feliciana Frazier, Robert Service High School; Sevia Frazier, Hanshu Middle School; Kaylin Gotter, Chivac School; Mia Green, Gruning Middle School; Anya Hokeson, Begich Middle School; David M. Holmes, South Anchorage High School; Margaret Edward Jones, Wendler Middle School; Mubarak Jones, Anchorage Idea Home School; Janessa Joseph, West Anchorage High School; Case Kaufman, Nenana City School; Ava Kopp, Wendler Middle School; Christian Kirka, Matsu Career and Technical High School; Selena Pena, Kotlik School; Kulea Puao, West Anchorage High School; Kaylin Pungavi, Bartlett High School; Lena Robinson, Nenana City School; Fatuma Sabali, Begich Middle School; Alina Shen, Robert Service High School; Danielle Stam, West Anchorage High School. Sakat Tulesi, Whittier School. Feng Vang, Bartlett High School. Oh, I'm going to mess this one up. Sion Talikavi, West Anchorage High School. Margaret Wolf, Diamond High School. Lauren Cindy Yates, East Anchorage High School. Whereas the Anchorage Municipal Assembly joins in celebrating these distinguished students from around and across Alaska who demonstrate an unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents and serve as harbingers of bright future within the municipality of Anchorage. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly applauds Jack White Real Estate and owner Naomi Louvier for their support of Anchorage youth leadership and student volunteerism, and congratulates the 2017 graduates of the 20th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of March, 2017.
Congratulations. Good job.
Please.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, thank you again for recognizing the 2017 class of the Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute. We had a truly remarkable training for 38 high school and middle school students. 27 of them were Anchorage School District students, and 8 from rural Alaska, from Nenana, from Kotlik, and from Chibak. As you may remember, the Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute is a world-class adult training being offered to high school students. We had truly what I would call a Harvard quality training this past week, March 13th to the 17th. The students completed 5 days of curriculum in 4 days. And on the 5th day, they spent 2.5 to 3 hours giving each other feedback and affirming each other's performance. Truly a remarkable experience. This particular training was a national training instituted in 1996, and by the year 2012, the PILI training was in 48 states and territories and 10 foreign countries. In 2017, the PILI training is in 1 state, in 1 community, Anchorage, Alaska, the Great Land. The remarkable sustainability of this training is due in large part to Jack White Real Estate and Naomi Louvier. Since I met Naomi in 1997, she was kind-hearted, community service-oriented, and a very exemplary business person. At that time, she joined the Community Advisory Committee, sponsored students for our first training at Birchwood Camp in 1998. Jack White has provided volunteers for our community panel. They've supported and participated in the Youth Volunteer Day projects. They've mentored PILI students. Each year, they've raised funds to a gumbo and chili cook-off event for the institutes. And remarkably, they've hosted and delivered youth volunteer awards and recognition in their building. Most recently, they hosted the PILI training in the Jack White adult training room. With some reservation, I wondered if I had good judgment, and with the almost 40 youth gathered in a professional setting, we received uniform compliments and extraordinary support from all the professional adults who thought these young people were amazing. This particular training is partnered with the University of Alaska Student Outreach and Transition, with the Rural Cap Community Action Program, with local nonprofit organizations, and most recently the Anchorage School District has shown a great deal of interest in having an increased number of students attend. We also had a great organization called the Faithful Few, which is helping organize and sponsor young adults for their college scholarships and to prepare them for college. During the training, students identified community problems. The top of their problems were racism, drug use, suicide, equal rights, domestic violence, bullying, and child abuse and child needs. A couple students that couldn't attend tonight, one is in a band rehearsal at Diamond, wrote the following: "Thank you for choosing me to be part of PILI. I think all students should be able to attend. I learn new things I can use now and in my future. I gain confidence in ways for me to be a leader." A student at Service wrote, "I know that I barely raised my hand during discussion, but I was very engaged and learned a lot. PILI helped me open up to people and accept feedback. I really, really loved being in this program and can't imagine where I would be without these past 5 days in the program." Yes, we have a few more students, so it's good that I like to talk a little bit. So obviously the most important part of the ceremony is if Naomi does arrive, that she is duly recognized. And then the second most important part is for the young people to introduce themselves, tell you who they are, pronounce their names, and also say a little bit about their experience. And once again, thank you so much for taking the time to recognize these great young community leaders who are now part of 1,000 students that have been trained in 20 years. So I'm going to now turn it over to our first PILI grad, and then we'll go right down the line. David?
Good evening. My name is David Holmes, and I am a freshman at South Anchorage High School. And first thing I would like to say is I would like to thank all of the instructors that were here at PILI for us. I would also like to thank all of the sponsors of PILI for allowing us to come to this amazing program. When I was here, I learned a lot of good lessons. We learned about goal setting for our futures. We learned about how to identify the various problems in our communities. And we learned what sort of actions we should take, what sort of routes we should take to try and fulfill whatever we feel we can do to fix these problems. It was also overall an amazing environment to be in. There were so many new people to meet. All of them were unique in their own ways. All of them were so amazing to talk to. It was just an amazing experience for me, and I wish that every student could have an opportunity like this. And I would just like to thank once more all of the people who provided the resources for this educational experience, this training institute that was provided to us over spring break.
You can pull the mic down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Ava Kopp, and I was one of the very fortunate people to attend PILI. And I just have to say that it was an outstanding experience for me. I learned everything from goal setting to building trust and just how to set up a nice future and help others in my community. And I wish that everyone had this opportunity to join PILI because it changed me in ways I can't even describe, but I know that I'm definitely a better person now. And I think that I can make a difference. I know that I can make a difference. Thank you.
My name's Alexia Andrew, and I attend Bartlett High School. I was also one of the kids that got to attend the program. It was really sort of I don't want to say eye-opener, but it helped me look more into things I wasn't really paying attention to. It also helped me meet new people and sort of create new friendships. I learned lots of new things, like learning how to trust people or sort of in that category. And I learned also more different leadership skills. And it was a really amazing experience. And I would like to thank everybody who helped me attend that program and helped me along the way. And yeah.
Hello, my name is Feliciana Frazier. I attend Service High School. During the program, I learned a lot, and it was like a really great experience. I learned about myself more, and I was really shy before I went there, and now because we had to trust strangers, it helped me open up and be more outgoing towards others. And I learned about goal setting, and I want to be a lawyer, and it helped me figure out how to do that in a better way than just looking up stuff and getting involved. It was really great. Thank you.
I'm Savia Frazier. I attend Hanshu Middle School, and I just want to thank Bo because he was a really great instructor and everything he taught us, and I love PyLive because it helped me meet new people and set my goals for community service.
Hello, my name is Anna Hawkinson, and I go to Bagich Middle School, and I am really happy that I got the chance to go to PyLi this year, and I hope that a lot of other people get to do that at least once in their life or something like that, because it really changed the way I viewed my community, and I want to help more, and it showed me how I can help other people, and I'm thankful for everyone who helped me do that.
Hi, my name is Mia Green. I'm from Greening Middle School.
Hold the mic up a little bit. There you go. Thank you.
My name is Mia Green. I'm from Greening Middle School. I want to thank Mr. Bo and Mr. Lionel and Miss Teresa because they were awesome. And before that, before PyLi, I really could not talk to people. I mean, it took me forever to sum up the courage to actually go and talk to someone. I'd delay talking to an adult for as long as I can, and now I'm just boom, I'm here. You know, I know that I'm important, and I found my voice, and I met lots of new people who are like me and who encourage me, and I really appreciate that.
Hello, my name is Mubarak Jones. I attend IDEA Homeschool, and I would like to thank all of the people that were involved in PyLi, and I feel like they made a huge impact on my life, and they allowed me to see many community problems and how I can address them, and also they allowed me to communicate better with my peers and involve them in community problems, and thank you.
My name is Tolly Bea. I go to West Anchorage High School. I'm a freshman, and I would just like to thank the people who provided us with the resources to help contribute to the program, and you guys for listening to us. And PyLi, it has helped me with my perspective on leadership and think of it as an action and something that anyone can achieve. And also my view on diversity, and not only think of physical attributes, but the personality of people and how we can get to know them.
Thank you. Anyone else, Bo, that we might have missed, that's here?
I think we've done a wonderful job. It's a great representation of the 38 students that were there, and I will say that timing is everything, and I probably told them a little bit later than, but thank you so much for giving your full attention. Does anyone have a question for any of the attendees?
It doesn't look like it, but we're all pleased and happy and want to congratulate each and every one of you. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Traney, can I have a motion?
Ma'am, we're now down to item 9F5, and I'm not going to move that one forward.
Right.
After that, then we need to take a break until 6 o'clock till we get to persons to be heard.
Can you make a motion to take a break for 20 minutes?
I'll make a motion, ma'am,
Thank you.
take a break for 20 minutes.
And a second, please. Thank you. We're on break for 20 minutes. Thank you. like to call the meeting of March 21st back to order. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, let's change the order today. Take up persons to be heard. I think we've got one person under that category.
May I have a second, please? Any objection to change the order of the day to take up persons to be heard? Seeing no objections, we are at persons to be heard. Albert Berkey, regarding issues and concerns of the deaf community. Mr. Berkey, you're on. No, let's just do it. Nobody will even know.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcus Porch, M-A-R-K-U-S-P-O-R-C-H. I grew up in Anchorage, and I've lived here over 30 years. We have some concerns that we'd like to express regarding the deaf community, problems that the deaf community in Anchorage have faced regarding job interviews and accessibility to interpreters. Many employers will not provide interpreters for job interviews, so there is discrimination in the hiring process in order to get a job, and that is not fair. People who can hear get hired faster than people who are deaf because they don't have equal access to the hiring process, and they also are not understood during the process if their communication needs are not met. Everyone should have equal access to an interview. Exposure bar. And also, they also need more exposure to having interpreters be provided for things like job interviews so that everyone can have access to getting a job. And that was my question. Thank you very much. And that was my comment. Thank you very much.
Mr. Starr? Mr. Starr has a question.
Madam Chair, is there more than one presenter on the topic?
Right. There's going to be, I think, 3 folks that are going to speak on the topic.
I'll just hold my question until the end.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Please continue.
Good evening. My name is Randall Danes, D-A-N-E-S. I also would like to express my concerns about interpreting services in Anchorage. If you make an appointment with a small medical service, they claim that they cannot afford interpreters and will not provide one. At the big hospitals, we're not facing a problem, but at smaller providers, they're refusing to provide interpreters. And I've heard these complaints from many people within the deaf community. At the Anchorage jail, they also do not provide interpreters, and I've heard that from multiple members of the deaf community. These are the issues that we're facing. Thank you for your time.
Is Mr. Berkey going to speak also?
No, not tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
I want to know where the funding expectation should come from. Is that a publicly provided service, or should it be grant funded, or where do you anticipate the funding providing for that?
I think we need to think outside the box. It could be grants, or there might be another way to find funding for these situations, because there are these special situations that we need to find interpreters for. I think it's just going to require thinking outside the box, because the difficulty is for the small businesses who claim that they can't afford to do it, and we're missing out on the interpreting services that we're supposed to be provided.
Madam Chair, if I may, is there emerging technology that helps communication or bridging the communication gap?
Well, you may have heard of what's called VRI, Video Remote Interpreting, which uses a computer screen, and you can view an interpreter through that. For example, one of the hospitals use it, but actually many deaf people do not like that service. The connection problem is not reliable. You can't see the person clearly. The screen can freeze. So really, a personal interpreter is much better in those situations, and also certain situations that aren't compatible to a video screen.
And the last is a request, if there's time or opportunity, to perhaps tell us how other communities or what other best practices are out there in the private sector. I'd be interested to know what other communities and how they've addressed the circumstances that you described. And they can send that
Yeah, we could send outreach
to the clerk.
to other people.
To the clerk.
Yes, we can do that. I will reach out to the interpreting community as well, and we can send you that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton?
What does it cost to have an interpreter?
Good for you.
Personally, I'm not familiar with the charges for interpreting services, but I can tell you it is expensive, and definitely for a small business. I don't know, it could be over $150 for 2 interpreters. So I think it's the small business that's having a problem with those cost issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all three of you for presenting. I know this is something I've spoken with Albert about in the past, and we had a hearing about this as well, or a work session rather. I'm curious about any shortfalls in municipal services or municipal agencies. Have there been any challenges with the deaf community interacting with municipal employees? Because that's somewhere that we could have a more direct impact.
I would need to solicit some more information specifically from the deaf community members about that. Mostly, I've heard definitely about the small medical business offices.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There's no other questions. Thank you very much for being here this evening. We are now back to Agenda Item 11A, AO 2017-30, amending Code Title 11 to add a new chapter to accommodate and regulate the entry of transportation network companies and their services into the Anchorage Area Transportation Services market. The public hearing on this ordinance was closed on February 28th, and action was postponed until this evening. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Evans?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go, I know we have a lot of amendments, if we want to just take those first.
I think that that's what we'll do, take the amendments up first, and I think everybody has a folder with the proposed amendments in them. And what I will do is start with amendment number 1, Mr. Croft.
I'll move amendment number 1.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Croft.
So I brought both amendment number 1 and amendment number 2 to address perceived really differences between how we treat Uber-type companies, TNCs, and the taxi cab industry. And the first is regarding background checks. We'll get to the second. I honestly had them drafted, asked for them to be drafted for discussion pieces. I want to warn people that I'm still making my mind up on both issues, but I wanted there to be at least those 2 issues discussed. This on background.
Yes, Mr. Croft, thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Croft made a motion to move his amendment number 1, and there was a second. I think Mr. Trainee made the second. And now he's explaining the, you're welcome, Mr. Starr. Please continue, Mr. Croft.
Thank you. So this would require the same type of background check that we require in taxi cabs. My understanding is that the primary difference now is whether there's fingerprinting, though there may be some other subtleties in that difference. And so at least arguably having a higher level of security and discussion. I've heard, though, sort of secondhand, I wasn't able to attend the meeting last week, was out of town, that sort of neither of these approaches is entirely satisfactory. So I do think that as we approach these, it's not my contention that TNCs have to have the identical requirements to taxi cabs. They're different entities and can have different requirements if there's a logical basis for them. I do think in both we want to have some assurance that people are safe in these and that people who have identified criminal behavior in the past are weeded out of both. And so I don't really see how there's a significantly different concern between taxis and TNCs in this regard. So I wanted to at least have the discussion about making the same standard regarding background checks.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Cross propose amendment number 1.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll speak to this amendment directly, but also I think this amendment, as Mr. Cross surely knows, sort of spurs the whole conversation we're about to have, and we've already had to a certain degree on the at the Transportation Committee, which is this idea of whether we should regulate the cabs and the TNCs in an identical fashion. I think you're correct that we acknowledge that there are some differences, but at the same time we want the TNCs to compete with the cabs on quality and price rather than the ability to avoid regulation. So there was a memo that was put together by Dean that sort of laid out the costs and benefits of both of these two approaches. So to be clear, Mr. Evans already included a background check procedure in this ordinance. And what this proposed amendment does is for the people in the audience who are about to watch at least an hour, I'd say, of debate on this ordinance, so settle in. This would make it more similar to how taxis are currently regulated. But as Dean's research showed, both approaches were flawed, and the version that we have now that the taxi cabs go through is more expensive and has been sort of described as problematic by these organizations. So I think I'm going to oppose this particular amendment for that reason, but I wanted to sort of to make a couple of things clear before I did so. The first is I think we all are in agreement, or I don't want to presume, but I guess we are all in agreement on the idea that we don't want sex offenders to be, we want sex offenders or sex offenses to be caught by this procedure, however it's done. We want them to be prevented from doing this particular job because they will potentially be alone with children when they are driving. And I believe, if I'm reading it correctly, and Dean, I would love your commentary if possible, that the current heading B, which would be E under this, says include a national sex offender registry database that is included to be searched. And I want to make sure that that goes back forever as opposed to just for 7 years, because there is an A currently, it says for at least the past 7 years. But I read that as only only touching on certain other kinds of criminal driving records, whereas the National Sex Offender Registry sort of goes forever. Is that the case? Yeah, sorry. Mr. Gates, sorry.
Mr. Dunbar, let me know if I need to speak up. You're correct. The National Sex Offender Registry, it's a compilation of all the states going back for however long a person's required to be on the list. And again, the 7 years, that was in there for the TNC style background check that's currently used by certain TNC businesses. And that's similar to El Paso, Texas, and some other jurisdictions that adopted a TNC ordinance. It's because a third-party vendor does the background check. So it says this is how far back you must go. The fingerprint-based background check through the Alaska Department of Safety, it just checks everything that they can find. So it doesn't have a limit on the number of years it goes back, whatever's in the court records or the criminal database.
And the kind of background check you're talking about there, if memory serves, that's more focused on Alaska and then on one other particular national database. Is that correct? That is, if the amendment were to pass.
Yes, this is the Department of Public Safety, the state of Alaska. It checks APSIN, and then the FBI fingerprint-based background check. There's a problem with that, which is with the memo, and Mr. Messer also helped with this. He's very familiar with the issue as well. The problem there is the Alaska State Statute has a list of certain persons or purposes that a fingerprint-based background check can be submitted to the FBI to get that nationwide FBI fingerprint-based background check. Taxi cab chauffeurs are not on the list, and neither are TNC drivers. There are other occupations on the list, such as child care providers, school teachers, and so forth. So what would need to happen for that to be more useful for us is an amendment to the state statutes. And we have the citation for that statute and that memo distributed earlier. So that's something that we need to address with the Alaska legislature at some point in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. That's all the questions I have at the moment. I'm sure my colleagues will have some others. But the last, Madam Chair, can I finish my own remarks?
Please.
So, again, I think we're always trying to strike a balance between public safety and the desire to have this new industry. I don't know if fingerprinting actually provides that much increased public safety versus using these other methods. I mean, we used to use fingerprints for everything, but as I'm sure Mr. Starr always likes to talk about, we have rapidly advancing technology. We have other ways to do background checks on people now, digital, the approach that these third-party vendors use. So given that it already covers the National Sex Offender Registry, I'm willing to let this go forward without this amendment. I also say that I plan to run an ordinance in the next month or two that will try to reduce the regulatory burden on the taxi cab industry. And I've reached out to them several times to try to solicit feedback on what exactly they need to have changed, and they haven't really been receptive to that. But I'm still planning on doing that. And I think one of the things I envision doing is allowing our taxi cab industries to do this same kind of check. That is, if we let the TNCs do it, we should let the, and we're comfortable that that it provides that kind of public safety, then we should allow the taxi cab industry to do the same. But with that, Mr. Croft, I thank you for your amendment. It also spurred a good conversation at the Transportation Committee, but I don't plan to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Evans, on the proposed amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is on the proposed amendment, but I warn you that I am about to make a rather lengthy speech in general, simply because a lot of what I'm going to say now applies to all the amendments. So as we go through this, I can just refer back and say, remember what I said then, and I don't have to repeat it.
Mr. Evans, should we set the clock? Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Set the sundial. I just want to, and this kind of goes to the underlying ordinance, I guess, to some extent, but I do want to say that this issue in total, to me, is more than about taxis or more than it's about TNCs. It obviously deals with those directly, but I think the way that we should be looking at this issue, it should be broader. It should be about generally what we're willing to do as leaders for the future of Anchorage. A while back, the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, they bring in a lot of speakers every year. I know a lot of you go to their luncheon. They had one a couple of years ago, a guy named Richard Florida, who spoke about modern cities and basically what people are attracted to, because capital and talent is so mobile these days that the type of city you are attracts certain people that bring with it certain technologies. So that's why like Boulder, Colorado, and Boise, Idaho, and places like that can become tech centers because they have lifestyle advantages and also because people will move there for various reasons. So I think it's very important for Anchorage to always be looking forward. We have the great and natural beauty that most places dream of, but we also need to be making sure that our city is sort of cutting edge. The world has changed a lot in the last 20 years. We've moved from basically an analog world to a digital world. The biggest problem Anchorage used to have was that it was far from everywhere. And now, with a lot of digital technologies and other things, we are a nanosecond from anywhere. And I think it's important for leaders in this city to think on those terms and try to create an environment in Anchorage that brings people and brings capital and brings talent to bear in our city. And I think this issue about TNCs is just a symptom of that overall philosophy. The difference between TNCs and taxis, I think, is both very small and very big. They both take people and take them where they want to go for money. And in that sense, it's very easy to say, well, they're just like taxis. We should consider them like taxis. We should regulate them like taxis. But the difference is a lot more subtle, and I think it's more fundamental. Anybody that's used, I think, a TNC recognizes the experience as being different than taking a taxi. How you call it, the way it works, just the whole approach. And it's also a new method that takes capital, people's vehicles that are otherwise just sitting in their garage not being used, and applies that capital to a new economy. I think it's, I've never ridden in a TNC, but I think it's a brilliant method. I think it's innovative, and I think, I think that's the reason it exists everywhere in the world except Alaska at this point. And for all these regulations or the amendments that we're about to talk about and the regulations that are being proposed, I do not think it's a sufficient argument to say, well, that's what we do for taxis, so we should do it for TNCs because that's fair. There's two reasons that that's wrong. One is TNCs are not taxis. If they were taxis, we'd just be talking about adding taxis. The thing that makes TNCs different are the things that we need to preserve. Otherwise, there's no sense in having them in the first place. Let TNCs operate like TNCs. Let taxis operate like taxis. The second reason that argument isn't good is that argument only makes sense if you believe that the specific regulations we have for taxis are the best possible regulations in those areas. For instance, this background check. If you think that the background check for taxis is, the par excellence background check, okay, that makes sense. You want to have that apply to TNCs, fine. But like Mr. Dunbar said, as we've learned, there are problems with that background check as well. And for all of these issues that we're going to debate, just saying it applies to taxis doesn't make it right, boss. And I'm encouraged by Mr. Dunbar's commitment to the Transportation Committee, where he's going to look at the regulations that affect the taxi industry, because I think doing that is more important for the equity argument. I think those regulations were imposed on that industry in a different time, before this revolution in transportation services brought about by TNCs. And I think we need to free up taxis. I think we need to be looking at making taxis operate in a lot of manners more like TNCs than trying to force TNCs into the taxi model. People can disagree about it, but I think this TNC model is a better approach. It's a more private sector approach. I think a better business model. So as we go forward, I will be, making my objections on that. I think that is it for my big overarching comments. With respect to this specific amendment, I sort of agree with Mr. Dunbar. I think that I'm not violently opposed to doing fingerprinting checks. I think the National Service Background Check is a better model for TNCs because they're not local companies. One of the drawbacks people have about them is they're not local. They're in San Francisco and elsewhere. And this type of model that I have in this ordinance, where they can just do use one of these national services to run a background check in all the states, tends to work for that type of industry better. And because there are problems with our fingerprint background check, it's not, it's not the superb case. I'm going to oppose this amendment, but I do appreciate the concern for safety that Mr. Croft has. I think we all share that. It's just a matter of finding the right sensible regulation to embody that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee?
I'm not going to take the same amount of time. I think we can get this done
Well,
faster.
that's good to hear.
You know, in many cases, it boils down to public safety. And whether it's a TNC or a taxi, it takes a person from point A to point B. We need to have the same level of public safety, because ultimately, the 11 of us on here, and the ones that are going to succeed us after we leave, you're going to get to call some people worried about public safety. Somebody got into a TNC, and this is what happened. Why didn't you check the driver? We need to. For example, school teachers have to do fingerprint identification. Adjunct teachers do a fingerprint identification. Bill Starr, I don't know, I haven't asked you yet, but do pilots have to have a fingerprint identification? You don't. For the some things I collect, we're not going to go into what I collect, but I do have to do fingerprints on all of my interesting collection. That's required by the federal government. Top secret security clearances. You got one, Mr. Dunbar. You got numerous ones. Didn't you have to do fingerprint, or they just take your word for it as to who you were? Which did they do, Mr. Dunbar? Fingerprint or no fingerprint? Thank you.
Point well taken, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft?
Ma'am, I got another 25 minutes.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I had another question for Mr. Gates, if he's still available, which I see that he is, so he can't escape us. So, Dean, help me understand. Hi. Help me understand what advantage, if any, this fingerprint addition provides. So, what additional measure, quantum of public safety do we get from this amendment?
One of the main things is you can't fake your fingerprints. So you can fake your identification, you can fake sending your name and an application, but you can't fake your fingerprints. So you know who you are when you have a fingerprint identification.
And did you say that right now there's not state authority to check either TNC or taxi cab fingerprints under the FBI registration?
Yes. I'm not sure if it's federal regulation or code, but pretty much federal law says for states to access the FBI fingerprint database, the state has to pass a law authorizing it for these certain purposes. And the chauffeurs, taxi cab drivers are not on that list, nor are the TNC drivers at this point in time. If we passed it here, what would happen is we would get fingerprint-based check for apps in statewide, but not for the FBI's nationwide database. We would still have access to the National Sex Offender Registry. That's a little separate database.
So we'd have absent access, so that's a state issue, and we'd be able to more securely know that the person in front of us is really who they say they are for use of the sex registry information, which obviously does us very little good if they've faked their identity.
I would agree with that statement, Mr. Croft.
Yes, so then briefly an argument. Thank you, Mr. Gates. I appreciate your help here and on the amendments. As I said at the beginning, I don't necessarily mean to say that everything we did with taxis we need to do with TNCs. They are different entities with a different business model. So you don't, I only have two amendments here, and none of them are about establishing any monopoly. They're not about general governmental regulation. They're not about the color of these things. There are two amendments on public safety, which spans equally, I believe, both of these different business models. So I'm not doing it because it was perfect or because it was done in taxis. I'm doing it because having some really good information that cannot reasonably be faked about who that is, so when we check it against a sex offender registry, we know we checked that real person, is an appropriate thing to do. I agree with a lot of the comments Mr. Evans made, but I don't think you have to have the perfect safety system to want it to be a good one and reliable one. We've used this in a number of areas. The one I'm most familiar with is concealed carry permits. You're required to do this. And that's an appropriate use. And so I still believe, not because we need to treat them identically, not because of any other basis, then I would like to be sure as we embark on this entity, not that they operate the same, not that they have the same colors, not that they have the same business model, but that we have a similar level of protection for public safety. And I think this does that. We can improve it over the future, but having fingerprints is a better system than not having them, and that's what the amendment does.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really going to limit my remarks as we go through the amendment process, and I'll wait till the end. But I will say this. Mr. Croft and Mr. Evans pretty much said everything I was thinking, and I just want to reiterate the fact, if we have a process and you have fingerprints, much like when I got my concealed carry and I had to go to the troopers and drop them off, they knew who I was. There was no, I mean, you couldn't fake that. They knew who I was. And so I don't see it. I'm trying to struggle to see what the downside is. I mean, the cost is relatively small. And now it was 15 years ago when I did it, but it was relatively small to get my fingerprints done and go over to the troopers. So what's really the negative here? We actually know who's in front of us, and there's no way to, fake a name on an application. I don't see that as a negative, and specifically, I see this as a logical attempt to ensure public safety. So I will be voting to support Mr. Croft's amendment simply because, as I said, I think the cost is relatively small for the applicant, and it will ensure a little bit more public confidence maybe in who is applying. The argument to me will not carry any weight. I'll just pre-warn everyone when you say that somebody might sexually assault somebody in a TNC, because if anybody's read the headlines, it happens in taxi cabs too. It's human nature. People will make bad choices. So, again, I'm just going to support this amendment. I think it's de minimis, the cost of getting fingerprints, and I think to ensure the public confidence, I think it's a good step.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Mr. Starr?
I'm not going to support it. I don't think that it does what people feel like it's going to do, partly because there's a number of folks that have never been fingerprinted. So on the front end, you have to look to see why are you fingerprinting them just to validate their identity. You likely will get a number of folks that have never been fingerprinted again, so it's really not going to help. Wow. Secondarily, if your intent is to confirm their identity so you can do a better check on what other crimes they may have committed, concealed carry, it's a felony to carry a gun if you've had a felony. That's an obvious thing. So you look inside the record-keeping systems for those deal breakers, if you will. But who's going to be the judge then that somebody was guilty of embezzlement or a felony of some sort that doesn't even relate to TNC operating and says that that's not an operable, you can't get a license in the TNC market because you've had this background check throw up a positive. So I really don't know what we're capturing. If we're capturing fingerprints perhaps to develop a database for folks that have never had it but now have a fingerprint, somehow have a crime created inside a TNC environment. Now we've got their fingerprints on file and we can go get them. That's a stretch for me even looking at that. So the idea with the TNC, as I think Mr. Evans said a little bit in there, is it's a totally different model, structured a different way, absent of bureaucracy. It should be an easier entry market, and I don't believe that fingerprinting is that. Certainly proving up the identity. You get that with a driver's license, you get that with auto registration, you get that with insurance. Fraud exists in every market. I don't think this amendment's going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Traney?
One quick thing, and I will shut up, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Dombowski brought up the taxi industry. Yes, that's the reason we added this, because we did have numerous problems with the taxi industry. That's the reason we added fingerprint requirements. You know, when you look at Little League coaches have to have a background check every year. We require that. Shouldn't we at least have fingerprint identification for TNC drivers? Fingerprint identification says who unequivocally is in front of you. As Amy said, when we get our background checks for our concealed carry, they know who's there. Your fingerprints can't be faked by somebody else. So we need to make sure this is done for TNC drivers too. I'll be voting yes. Be quiet, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Just a quick comment. My goal is not to prevent any of my colleagues from speaking, but we have about, I don't know, I think 16 more amendments to go, if not more, and we've been on this first one for almost a half an hour. Just noting, thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will keep my remarks brief, although I do think this one will probably spur more conversation than the ones going forward because of its nature and because it's first and we're getting some of the more conceptual ideas out of the way. But so Ms. Domboski asked what the cost here was and said it was de minimis. It might be de minimis for that one person that one time, but I think spread out amongst the industry and, of course, for the transportation inspector as well, I think the costs sort of compound. I also think the cost, as we've seen in some other communities, is that the TNC simply don't enter the market, and you have a large fight, as they did in Austin with Uber and Lyft, who then left, and then when they had South by Southwest a couple weeks ago and none of those apps worked, all of the young and tech entrepreneurs were extremely frustrated. And that gets to sort of Mr. Evans's point, I think, about being a city that is seen when you get to the airport as a vibrant place where this kind of tech works. And they fought specifically on the fingerprinting issue, which is why I bring it up. They pulled out of Austin because Austin tried to force them to fingerprint people. And that's played out differently in different communities. But I think there is a level of security here already. And another thing I think I'd willing to bring up is the TNC's own quality control. Just like the cab industry, and we've had great testimony from the cab industry about if they have a problem driver or a driver they think might commit a crime, they get rid of that person. And the TNCs have the same sort of incentive structure, and they are going to look into these people's backgrounds. Mr. Croft, you're a better tort lawyer than I am, and I think that criminal behavior often breaks, respondent superior. You know that stuff better than I do. But I suspect that if they were sort of systematically allowing people who committed crimes to be their drivers, they'd open themselves up to a tremendous amount of liability. And you can probably speak to that better than I can. The last thing I'll say is, there's also a privacy concern here. And I know that we say, they want to be drivers or they want to, be taxi cab drivers or TNC drivers. They should submit to this kind of this fingerprinting. But typically TNC drivers, it's more part-time, and we are asking them to do something that is a little bit unusual. And you say it's more certain, but it's not the most certain. I mean, we could require them to do genetic testing, right? I mean, technology is changing. Why not require a cheek swab and a genetic test? That would get us even more certainty. But I think we'd agree that that's probably a violation of their privacy. And so, again, I don't think the costs are de minimis, and I want to see this industry be able to come into Anchorage, and that is why I'm going to oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Mr. Gates. In conversations with my colleague here, we had some questions. Hope you can straighten us out on. As I look at Mr. Croft's amendment, it looks like it is actually additive to the ordinance, whereby it's still requiring the TNCs to do what I require them to do, get the national criminal records check, but it's also adding the fingerprint. Is that a correct reading of the amendment?
No, it doesn't quite. This basically takes the chauffeur's licensing process that has a fingerprint background check that's currently in code in Title 11 and copies it into here. So it's exactly the same. This doesn't require the additional third-party background check that TNCs like Uber incorporate now. It just requires the one type.
So when in item or subparagraph C there where it says include a national criminal history record check, what does that, since we've talked about the state limitation on using the FBI data bank, what does this require?
Give me a second here to get paragraph C again. I think that's a little redundant of what the whole thing is, and that's the FBI database background check. This actually sets a requirement to go through the Alaska Department of Public Safety. It has to be national in scope, which would be the FBI fingerprint-based background check. So this says you have to do this, but this doesn't say you can't do your additional third-party background check if you wanted to. So, it's just not requiring a TNC business to do both. It's requiring this one specifically. If a TNC has their own third-party background check they want to do in addition, then this doesn't say you have to, but they could. If that makes sense. This code, these amendments say we require a national background check of this type. The national criminal background check. I think that when I wrote this, I might have, it's a little bit redundant of D that says the FBI nationwide criminal background check. You could use that to satisfy both C and D. In retrospect, that could have been drafted a little bit better there. But I don't think it says you have to do a separate one. You just require one background check, and it has to satisfy this criteria. If a TNC want to do an additional background check of their own, that's their prerogative, of course. Or if the body want to entertain an amendment to require the additional third-party type of background check, social security-based background check, that's up to the Assembly.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify Mr. Starr's comments. I am not advocating for any kind of database. The reason I would fingerprint somebody is not to worry about the people who've never been fingerprinted, rather to catch the ones that have been, potentially in a court, a rape case or something like that. That's what I would want to catch them for. So I'm not interested at all in warehousing or sharing their information necessarily. And I do realize that by being fingerprinted and applying, it's on the record. It's there in somebody's record, let's put it that way. But no, I'm not looking to warehouse the info, and I'm not looking to catch the people that have never been fingerprinted, simply the ones that have, that we want to know about.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. There is no one else in the queue. We will be voting on Mr. Croft's amendment number 1. Please vote. That amendment is approved 6-4. We are now at Mr. Croft's amendment number 2. Mr. Croft.
I'd move amendment number 2.
Can we have a second? Thank you. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I do hope that much of the discussion we've had, so we don't have to repeat it, but this again is a public safety issue to me, not that we need to have them operate the same, that we limit them, that we regulate them the same way we traditionally have the taxi industry, though we're rethinking that as well. It wasn't always that we required cameras in taxi cabs. That was a relatively recent invention, a relatively recent requirement, and one that also coincided with the dramatic reduction in the price of cameras and the price of memory and the ability to have these things done relatively cheaply, keep the information, and it could be useful. In taking a taxi to the airport recently, the driver was talking about, doesn't like these to be clear, but doesn't like TNCs, but liked the cameras both for the ability to help with public safety, that is, give them to officers if it had valuable information, but also to protect the driver in that case from assertions that he or she had done something wrong that you could prove wrong. So these relatively inexpensive now, appropriate for public safety, and as a protection for both the driver and the passenger and public safety in general. I agree with much that has been said by Mr. Evans about how this new business model, utilizes technology in innovative ways, brings a whole capital to bear on this problem. I think part of the reason I've been willing to support changes to the taxi industry and now this bill that's been a very significant worry to people who have driven taxi for a long time, and I understand why they'd be worried about it, is that I think our system sort of wasn't flexible enough, couldn't accommodate both a new economy and variations even in the old economy. Bar closing break didn't serve Eagle River very well, just wasn't as flexible a tool as I'd like to see it. Nothing about this sabotages that business model, but it does add the one thing that I think is of a similar interest between the two business models, and that is a protection for public safety at a relatively inexpensive cost. So I'd urge support for amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought the original version forward on this, the required in taxi cabs. And at first, the industry hated it. But they've come to the point where they understand it protects both the driver and the passenger. So if we're going to have TNCs in the market, we need to have the same safety equipment for both the driver and the passenger. I'll be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amazingly enough, I won't support it, but I think Mr. Croft may be wrong about the inexpensive nature of this. I think Ms. Taylor testified at our committee meeting that they were spending like $500 on the cameras because it requires front and back type of observation. The general reason I don't support this, in addition to I don't think the cost is necessary, is that I do think it violates sort of the model. These are people's personal vehicles that they're using. And if you think that's a dumb system, fine. But that is the system, that instead of, being a taxi, you're just using your personal vehicle, maybe after work at some other time, going out, making some extra money, helping pay for your car payment, whatever, and having them install a camera in their personal vehicle, I think is overly intrusive. We don't do it for limousines. I mean, everybody's got this big, all of a sudden, public safety concern. We exempted limousines from that requirement when we added it to taxis. Apparently, there was no big concern that we had to have the same regulations for them because of public safety. So I don't think it fits here either, and I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been thinking about a lot of these amendments for the last few weeks, and I had the opportunity to use a TNC this past weekend. I was down in California visiting a relative, and then I came back to Anchorage and I rode a taxi cab to my work from the airport. Both were great experiences, and I'd like to have both be available to people here in Anchorage. And I was hoping that so I was thinking about voting for this amendment because I thought, it's not unreasonable, and technology is improving, and the taxi cabs do it. But I think we need to keep in mind the total regulatory burden that we're thinking about here. So I had hoped that the prior amendment would fail, and then I would have voted for this. But the prior amendment passed, and ultimately we want the TNCs to actually come here. And if that's the case, we can't create a regulatory system that's so burdensome that their model cannot operate. And so for that reason, and again, I think they're both relatively close calls. They're not totally unreasonable. And the other thing is, once we put these requirements in, I think it's extremely hard to get them out. But if the TNCs do come and we realize this is necessary, then I'll support putting it in. But on the front end, I'm not willing to basically declare that there are these massive regulatory hurdles before they enter our market. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee.
I heard Mr. Croft dealing with this. They were talking about their private vehicles. They're private vehicles until they take the assignment as a TNC. The moment they pick up the passenger, they're now a public accommodation. They're no longer a private individual's car until they get rid of the person that they're transporting. So I don't have a problem approving this. It's easier to do it now than trying in a year or two. We've had problems. We should have added that into it. As technology is available, we need to have that. So I'll be voting for this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we had the work session about this, transportation inspector told us that the cabs got called by the police department fairly regularly to have their, film pictures looked at. And not only would this catch a person that was doing something illegal that was in the cab, this might also protect the TNC or cab driver from a false charge. Someone might be trying to claim that they were attempting to rape them or whatever, but the camera could prove that that was untrue. So I think this is important, and I'm going to be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, just in response to Mr. Peterson's complaint, yeah, if the TNC drivers are concerned about protecting themselves, nothing prohibits them from adding a camera. We're just talking about requiring them to.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There is no one else in the queue. We will be voting on Mr. Croft's amendment number 2. Please vote. That amendment fails. We are now at Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendments. Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment number 1. Mr. Weddleton.
Move to approve Weddleton Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
This is a simple change. It actually ties into Amendment number 2. So this would require that the vehicles be inspected once a year.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Wilton, what is your standard going to be for vehicle inspections? Have you come forward with the type of criteria you're going to deal with, or are you going to leave it up to the industry itself or the car manufacturer?
I think one of your amendments has a lengthy description of what that is.
Yes, it does.
Looks good to me, and we'll leave it at 1 year. We'd all be gold.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans.
I just want to say the actual ordinance itself also has requirements for inspections, so just as well.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There's no one else in the queue. We'll be voting on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment number 1. Please vote. That amendment passes 8-2. We are now at Mr. Weddleton's amendment number 2. Mr. Weddleton.
Move to approve Weddleton Amendment number 2.
May we have a second, please? Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
This just basically removed the section that limited how old the vehicles could be and how many miles they could have on them. I just didn't see it was relevant if the vehicle is safe. Maybe someone would want to make their little niche driving people around in their Model A. What the heck? If it's a safe vehicle, why not?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Musser, would you be willing to answer a question on this on the record? Was that overly deferential? So I just want to be clear about this. So is there this kind of requirement that a cab not be older than a certain time or have more than certain miles? Does this apply now to the cab industry? Do they have this kind of requirement?
Through the chair, I didn't understand the first.
I'm sorry. So
question.
this amendment would delete a current requirement in the ordinance that a TNC vehicle shall be no older than 10 years. Do we have that kind of requirement for taxi cabs? Can they be older than 10 years?
Through the chair, no, we have no age limits at this time.
So this is a particular case prior to this amendment where we're actually holding the TNCs to a higher standard than we are the taxi cabs in terms of the age of the vehicles.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Well, I know that. Have you in the past campaigned to have an age requirement on the taxi cabs?
Through the chair, we had long sought to modernize the fleet by and reduce the inspection requirements by requiring newer vehicles, get rid of the old equipment, and put some mileage limits in place. Several cities around America do that, but we've not done that successfully yet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Musser. If anyone else, so I thank you, Mr. Musser. I'll be supporting this amendment both because I think that Mr. Weddleton's idea about a classic car is an appealing one, and because it's in fairness. And if we decide we want to impose these kind of requirements again, we can do it on, if we come back and realize that it is a public safety issue, we can come back and have it on both the taxi cabs and the TNCs. But for now, I'll support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Croft?
But wait a minute, I thought we weren't going to have that equivalency between taxi cab. I mean, I thought part of the text of the extended remarks to amendment number 1 that we're going to cover everything was, that's not what we're doing. We're independently looking at saying, is this appropriate for some overriding feature that's common to both, or appropriate for this model? And I'm supporting the amendment then for a different reason. I don't see any reason why this requirement helps something so significant that I need to mandate it from the government perspective, that it has any significant safety or danger feature to it. Probably safe. Newer is a little safer, but not by much. And I think this can be washed out in the business model that TNCs have, which is through the ratings process. I didn't like going in that car. It was an old one and not a very good one, or I loved it because it was an old one and a really cool one. So I don't see an overriding public safety justifying government mandate of it, and it seems to be perfectly, any small concerns seem perfectly addressed by the business model that we've got here. So for a very different reason, we're going to come to the same vote, and I support amendment number 4, right, as well.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans?
Just so people don't think I'm asleep here, I will support the amendment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. Well, there's one who isn't here. Okay, next. We are now at Mr. Trainey's amendments. Mr. Trainey has 14 proposed amendments.
I had a couple more. We could wait, though. We could.
No. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I just moved 2 pages at once. Thank you. We're still at Mr. Weddleton's amendment, and the last amendment proposed by Mr. Weddleton is numbered number 5. Mr. Weddleton.
That's 3. We're at number 3.
Okay, I don't have the number 3. I had the 1, 2, and then number 5. I believe, except I don't have it. So anyway, Mr. Weddleton, I don't have number 3, but can you move it? Thank you.
You've seen most of it. Move to approve Weddleton Amendment 3.
Thank you, Amy. Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
This basically removes the statement that says TNCs cannot take cash. And there's a few small changes in a variety of sections to make that happen, and then a deletion in section 1145.070B1 on page 14, line 25 through 29 that you'll see on the last page of this 2-page amendment. I just see this as unnecessary. I mean, most TNCs probably just do it with credit cards or debit or iPay or whatever, which is fine. But, this is a new industry. There could be a new type of TNC that comes up, and instead of charging a % of the sale, just charges a lump sum per year and lets the driver keep all the money. Who knows? But, why have this in there if it's not necessary? Doesn't hurt, doesn't add to safety or anything like that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Procedurally, I'd had a 5 that was on prohibiting congested. Is that's coming later?
That's coming later.
So on the 3 that we have in front of us, yeah, I agree that, I think we want to strike a balance here of accommodating the business model that we recognize, but not overly dictating that that's the model that has to be forever and ever. That is a characteristic of what we understand these to be, but not every characteristic do we have to put in stone and statute. I think it'll probably continue to be a digital-based, phone-based system, but it may, as Mr. Weddleton said, they may have $100 to go to somewhere, and that's just what it is, and paid in cash. So anyway, we don't, just because it is a characteristic of it doesn't mean we have to enshrine it as what has to be. And so I support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There is no one else in the queue. We are voting on Mr. Weddleton's amendment number 3 regarding cash. Please vote. That amendment is approved 9-1. Mr. Weddleton, the next one I have is number 5. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I will not move number 5. Someone else can if they want to, but I don't find it critical.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Well, let's go on to Mr. Trainey's proposed amendments. We are now at Mr. Trainey's proposed amendments. This is number 1 of
Number 1.
14.
What
Mr.
this
Trainey?
will do is change annual and renewal fee of TNC driver license to $500. There needs to be a cost associated with being a TNC driver, just as we have a cost coming in from taxi drivers. This is minuscule compared to taxi drivers now.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
have an annual fee of $500.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. There is no one in the queue. We need a second. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have a second? Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we had a second, I wasn't sure there would be one, but since there's a second, there's already a licensing fee for TNCs. I can't remember for the companies, so you make sure to put one on. You want to put an annual fee on the driver now?
Yes.
Got it. I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rationale was, other than the comment, we need to have a licensing
Everybody's
fee.
gonna pay.
I guess, that's what we do. We're government, we have to have fees on something. I will, for the same reason, I'm going to oppose this.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainey?
It's going to require our staff, our transportation inspector, job to increase. There needs to be a cost coming in to cover that. That's the reason we're having it.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, it only causes his cost to increase if you pass all the amendments you want to do to regulate and add it to his.
Mr. Evans, you didn't bring us forward.
Excuse
We
me,
have to amend
gentlemen.
it, sir.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Thank you. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Trainey's proposed amendment number 1. That amendment fails 4-6. We are now at Mr. Trainey's proposed amendment number 2. Mr. Trainey.
I think that was covered by Mr. Crofts. We don't need.
So you don't need to move it. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Whittleton?
That may be true. Mr. Gates in his memo to us said that both of them would be complementary, and I think he recommended both. Perhaps he could address that.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Mr. Trainey?
Mr. Gates, would this one be complimentary to Mr. Crofts?
They would complement each other. Trainey's amendment number 2 here amends the section that says TNCs acknowledge and agree to do these things. This background check language is there. Mr. Croft's amendment that we passed, it is actually the application process for the drivers that TNCs have to comply with. So there are 2 different code sections. This would complement the Mr. Croft's earlier amendment.
Well, the Vice Legal Counsel move this one, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Can I have a second, please? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. I'm sorry. We have 2 things going this evening, and the clerk needs a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think, so you should vote for this. It just sinks in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please vote. That amendment is approved 7-3.
Madam Chair, I'll move amendment number 3 forward.
Can I have a second, please?
If I get a second, then we'll discuss it.
Is there a second? Mr. Trainey's amendment number 3? Second. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainey?
What this is going to do is require equipment standards. I keep hearing they're going to get, TNCs are going to be here and they're going to get checked. But I called a couple of car dealers in town, and they said people have been asking us to do TNC inspections. We have no idea what that means. They have no idea what a TNC inspection is. So this just sets standards for the equipment being utilized. It shouldn't be a burden. If you're using the equipment, it should meet standards. We do the same thing with the taxi industry, and they've objected to it. Remember last time, I think I was asking them to have front-wheel drive vehicles. They didn't like that too much. But we do need to have standards to make sure that TNC vehicles are safe. I don't care whose they are. They need to be safe if they're on the road, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Weddleton?
Excuse me. Given the success of my first amendment, I think I'd need to propose an amendment to this. Is this a time to do that?
Yes, it is.
This might be complicated because I don't have something prepared.
Give us the page and the line, sir.
Okay, this would be on the packet we have with training amendment number 3, page 4, section A. And I will read section A as I would have it read. Periodic inspections. All TNC vehicles shall be inspected once annually. The annual inspection shall occur, well, I guess that's it, once annually.
Okay, let's vote on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment to Mr. Trainey's amendment.
Because I need
One word is changing from twice to once. We need to vote on this.
Madam Chair, I would actually delete everything after that in that section.
Can you repeat your proposed amendment, Mr. Weddleton, please?
I guess delete section A
Okay.
and replace it with all TNC vehicles shall be inspected once annually.
Okay, the amendment on the floor, the secondary amendment on the floor is to delete Section A and replace it with all TNC vehicles shall be inspected annually. I have 4 folks in the queue. Is it on this proposed amendment? Okay. Mr. Evans?
No, mine's on the underlying.
Thank you. Mr. Starr? Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Underline.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity of the maker, I was the second on that, but I do want to just clarify, Mr. Weddleton, when you delete Section A and you replace it with that one sentence, your intent is also to delete number A1, A2 as well?
No, I don't believe so.
I just want to make sure if you're wiping out the whole section or if you meant just...
I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
No, only the main.
Only paragraph A.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, I just want to know what I was voting on. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Dombrowski. We are now voting on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment, which is deleting the first paragraph in A and replacing it with all TNC vehicles shall be inspected annually. Please vote. That amendment is approved 8-2. We are now at Mr. Trainey's main motion. Mr. Trainey?
Nothing, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure exactly why it is that Mr. Trainey doesn't think that there are inspection standards in the original ordinance. It actually requires the exact same mechanical standards that currently apply to taxi cabs. It references the specific code provision, and the only thing it does is exempts taxi meters, which TNCs don't have, and any taxi cab and specialized equipment. Otherwise, it has the exact same requirement that is already in the code for taxi cabs. I think your amendment is just redundant. It's on of the amendment, if you want to look at the ordinance, it's on page 651 of our packet, and it's subparagraph E. So I think you're just making much longer and saying the exact same thing that's already in here.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Evans just touched on most of what I wanted to say. I guess I just want to say to Mr. Weddleton, I supported your amendment to the amendment simply because if this passes, I want it to be non-contradictory and rational. But that doesn't imply my support for the underlying amendment, which I do think is redundant, as Mr. Evans suggested.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr?
One of the elements when you use the Uber system or Lyft is a rating system that's functional based on the driver's performance for multiple elements. And so the requirement inside of those TNC-based systems is that the driver, to continue to be licensed under the operation, has to maintain a minimum standard. And it's divided by the number of trips with the elements and the criteria that go into a weighted balance system. Uber's is you drop below 3.8, you're done. And so that is inherently a better and more designed system for instant feedback. It also gets the dispatch company, if you will, to regulate the product that they're delivering without ever having an interface with that driver. They don't have to reinforce the disciplinary things. The Uber contract says that if you fall below a certain level, you're fired. And if we need to compare the yellow versus the Uber model right now, there is no mechanism like that. There is no feedback that allows us to say that I'm tired of riding in that cab, my shoes stick to the floor. Don't dispatch him out anymore until his thing is, because of punitive nature, it never makes it back. The cab just gets dispatched and dispatched and dispatched, and the driver feedback is never the consumer's feedback. So, we have to recognize and do the research on what those TNCs offer that are inherent protections of customer service, customer safety, and all that. And the rating system inside those Uber systems is very clear. It's agreed upon on the driver. And again, to reinforce what Mr. Evans says, read the initial ordinance. That's why I'm so impressed with it, because it did its homework on elements such as vehicle safety and all the other stuff. And that's even arbitrary. There'll be fictitious mechanics reports pretty soon, and then you'll switch over to stickers, and there'll be a runaround on how to get your vehicle approved, even though it's not approved. Let the free market rating system take care of all of that, would be my opinion. But I'm happy to support the ordinance as written and not messing with the litany of criteria that Mr. Traney has duplicatively spelled out in the amendment. It's not necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Traney?
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Traney's amendment number 3 as amended. Please vote. That amendment fails 6-4. Before we move on, the code limits debate to 1 hour, and we're at that 1 hour, so I'll need a motion and a second to continue the debate, probably for another half an hour. Thank you. May I have a second, please? Any objection to continue the debate? Thank you. We are now at Mr. Traney's amendment number 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move amendment number 4 forward. This deals with, if we can get a second.
We need to give the clerk a moment, please. Thank you. And remember to touch the screen for the first and the second, please. Thank you. Mr. Traney.
Just with insurance requirements, I've heard so much from people that want to drive TNCs. They need insurance to do that. Most of us have private insurance, but we don't have commercial insurance. And I've heard Uber last time they were here told us we have $1 billion insurance policy. I've yet to see that policy. So I want to make sure that we've got adequate coverage so when you drive as an Uber driver, your insurance covers you. And we're going to have a lot of people that are going to be Uber drivers that are never going to tell their insurance company if they have an accident, oh, by the way, I was driving for Uber at the time it happened. And they may drop your coverage and not cover that accident. It's designed to protect the public. And I've heard a lot of comments tonight about it's not their model. My concern is not the model. My concern is the public safety. So that's the reason for this coming forward, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the issues that were just raised by Mr. Traney already exist in the current ordinance. We require insurance at the same levels as taxis. We require it for different periods of time when the vehicle is in personal use, when it is on the app, and when it's actually taking a passenger somewhere. There's various levels. It does require that the insurance company knows that the vehicle is going to be used for passenger commercial services. So everything is actually already included in here. So again, this is just redundant. I think you should get your money back from Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr?
I like the redundant statement. It's atypical for Mr. Traney to not have read it. 654, Section 2, A, B, and C. If you further do your homework on the industry market, when we first heard this topic some time back, the commercial policies didn't particularly have the TNC drivers covered with policies. If you use the Google search engine or any of the search engines now and type in ride-sharing insurance or any of that Google, Geico, Uber words together, there's 37 states now that Geico writes policies that exceed even our limits. And that's a new commitment by the insurance industry, in my opinion, to say that it's okay. If there was a product that was unavailable to the Uber driver at whatever level, I would put pause. But if the insurance companies are stepping up with their ratings and are willing to insure these drivers for their personal use of their cars in a commercial market, so should we. So I think the amendment's duplicative, and again, the industry is starting to step up to the plate by putting criterions. And if you can't get insurance, that's an indicator. I'm happy to say that insurance is required. Mr. Evans says you have to have it. If they can't get it and produce it, that's going to keep drivers from being able to be Uber drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There is no one else in the queue. We will be voting on Mr. Traney's proposed amendment number 4. Please vote. That amendment fails 8-2. We are now at Mr. Traney's amendment number 5. Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 5. It shouldn't require TNC drivers to have a chauffeur license, ma'am.
Touch the screen, please. And we need a second. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping that either Mr. Musser or perhaps Mr. Gates, actually Mr. Gates, if you don't mind, we had some good discussion in the Transportation Committee about this, and I'd like some of it to be repeated here. So are there other jurisdictions that you're aware of that require TNC drivers to have a chauffeur's license?
Well, I'm going to try and repeat what I said at the committee meeting, if I can remember exactly. Jurisdictions across the country have approached this in different ways, and I couldn't say there's a majority one way or the other. Some jurisdictions have required TNC drivers to get the chauffeur's license that taxi drivers obtain in that jurisdiction. Some jurisdictions have just said a chauffeur with a vehicle can use the TNC app if they want to, like Orlando, Florida, and they haven't really regulated the TNC apps themselves, or TNC companies. And a lot of jurisdictions have, not required the TNC drivers to get a chauffeur's license, but required the TNCs to regulate, similar to what this ordinance does. So they're all over the board from one spectrum to the other in terms of other jurisdictions.
Do you remember? I remember.
Majority.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Gates. I remember the Orlando example. Can you give us any other examples? And I apologize for asking you to do this off the top of your head, but any other example of jurisdictions that require a chauffeur's license or something like a chauffeur's license for TNC drivers?
From memory, I think it might have been Houston, Texas, and I promised to Mr. Messer for information, Houston required the drivers to get a chauffeur's license there.
You said used to? Did that change?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, Houston. Okay,
yes.
I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Could I speak with Mr. Musser a little bit as well? So, Mr. Musser, this is one of those cases where I think me and Mr. Evans disagree kind of, again, conceptually about this industry. And it doesn't seem totally unreasonable to me that to have a chauffeur's license here when they're basically doing this job. But I am worried about some of the unintended consequences. So, in addition to the requirements of getting a chauffeur's license, which I understand is a course and a physical and a background check, I believe, although now we've required a background check anyway. What other kind of regulatory burden or what other regulations are we now requiring these drivers to follow to maintain their chauffeur's license? And I realize that's a broad question, but as much as you can provide, I'd appreciate it.
Well, through the chair, the simple answer is they're required to adhere to all of the provisions of Title 11 applicable. They have a standard of conduct. They have even dress, things of that nature. It's pretty broad. It's all-encompassing. We require to obtain the chauffeur's license first the fingerprint-based background check, their driving record, and they have to have that physical We have several operators with health conditions that, the medical community imposes limitations on them. And so that's the requirement.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Musser. Can I finish
Please, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Musser and Mr. Gates. So I guess I think Mr. Musser has convinced me to vote against this amendment. And the reason is because of the extensive regulatory framework that he described. And if we're going to impose all of Title 11 upon these drivers, I think we will prevent this industry from coming to Anchorage. And my preference is to go back through Title 11 and to remove some of those for the taxi cab industry. But that comes next. Some of the sort of command and control that our city now places upon them. But we've just required them to have the fingerprint requirement. Of course, they need to drive, and then we have quality control, as Mr. Starr has said, through the apps themselves. So because of the changes we've already made, I will oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
Again, I think you're going to find that the industry is self-regulating in this particular case. The whole inference that a chauffeur's license equals a professional driver is sort of the unspoken inference here that because you have a chauffeur's license, you're a more professional driver. And I don't put the two together always. You would hope that would be the case, but in defense, I drive the Glen a fair amount, and I've started to see some yellow vehicles going back and forth, and the slow movers sitting in the left-hand lane. All those things that you would not expect a professional driver to do, whether they be driving a truck or a car or anything that requires a chauffeur's license. The inference that because they've had a physical, they're somehow in better shape to drive a vehicle is kind of a little bit absurd. And again, I think the idea that you would have a mechanism already in place that if you continue to violate the rules of the road, the insurance requirements require you to produce your record of your driving. And so, too many strikes, too many speeding tickets, too many unsafe operation citations are going to lose your insurance. That's the first thing. Secondarily is back to the rating system. If the person feels unsafe in the vehicle, they're going to rate that driver lower. And that, to me, is a better way of going than trying to quantify that. It didn't mean that, they violated anything like that, but if that person got out of that cab and says, oh my gosh, I was scared, that's a broad-based complaint, and they can really gig that driver. So they're going to work hard at not getting those ratings that are broke down, even with a broader-based definition of, I felt that was unsafe and I was scared. That's a lot different than some of the chauffeur statements that we would potentially put down regulatory. So I'm happy to let the marketplace do that, especially with the access to the records that Mr. Evans has put in there, the TNC database, as well as who's rating those scores, would be surely nice information. I think it's going to be self-regulating, and I'm a no on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Croft? Thank you, Mr. Croft. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Trainey's proposed amendment number 5. That amendment fails 8-2. Mr. Trainey, we're at...
We'll try one more, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Trainey, go for it. Amendment number 6, go for it.
No, we're going to try amendment number 7, ma'am.
Number 7? Okay.
Yes, requires people that have, what they have to have is drug and alcohol testing after an accident. It's the same requirements we have for taxi industry.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Now I want to ask Mr. Musser a question on it.
We need a second. Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Musser, come forward for a minute. When we have a taxi accident, do they have to submit their blood and urine for a drug test? And how much time do they have?
Following an incident?
Yes.
They're presently required to report it as soon as practical after any aid is rendered or appropriate, but no greater than 8 hours.
8 hours? And that's currently law for taxi drivers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, I think that we should at least have this molecule medium of security for those driving TNC. After an accident, we should have blood urine analysis to make sure drugs were not involved in it.
Thank you, Mr.
I know we're abrogating a lot of public safety concerns tonight in the interest of expediency for a new industry, but I don't think this is one we should not pursue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't disagree with Mr. Trainee regarding the need for drug and alcohol testing after an accident, but unfortunately, that's not what this amendment is talking about. The amendment is being put forward talks about drug testing prior to basically hire, before providing services. It's not specifically about accidents. The TNC ordinance that's before us does have a requirement that would require drug and alcohol testing after an accident if there was a police officer or something that said that looked like drug and alcohol could be involved. I admit that that could be broader. It could be that we expand that to say after any accident involving TNC, you have to have drug and alcohol testing, which sort of sounds like what Mr. Trainee was talking about. But unfortunately, this amendment is far broader than that.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft?
I wish you'd been to Rules Committee.
That was my question, and I guess if I could ask you back up, Mr. Musgrave, it does seem to say a TNC shall, upon contracting with the TNC driver, notify that they'll be providing. The TNC driver shall submit to a drug and alcohol testing program prior to engaging in transportation services. So is this, either Mr. Gates or Mr. Musgrave, is this a requirement before engaging in services or requirement post-accident?
Through the chair, the amendment as written requires an applicant a pre-licensure test as well as post-accident, a reasonable cause.
Where is the post-accident provision in the current ordinance, the current proposed ordinance?
Through the chair, well, the intent of the amendment was actually to subject TNC operators to the same overall drug testing requirements as the existing chauffeurs. And
right.
So there's 4 sections to that, including applicant, post-accident, reasonable cause, and notification. So the way what this amendment does is require them to establish the same program for their operators that the existing chauffeur requirements are.
Okay, so this adds it adds a requirement before getting your license that you be drug and alcohol tested. Where in the original bill is the requirement of drug testing after an accident? Is that in 100, 45-100?
Page 648. Starts at the last line.
Section,
It goes to 649. Where drug testing. Section A.
Through the chair, and I'm sorry, that was the memo. Just a sec here.
Okay. So, yeah, on page 10 and 11, subsection J of 30 has a post-incident drug and alcohol testing.
Oh, there. Right there.
Page 10 at the bottom.
There we go. All right, thank you. There we go.
Page 10 and 11?
All right, through the chair, thank you. It's page 10. It would really begin on line 49 at the bottom on the post-incident drug and alcohol testing. That's really that paragraph.
And is that substantially similar to what you require taxi cab operators to do?
Well, the concern here, the real difference is that it's less restrictive. What the ordinance requires is a finding by somebody, either responding, first responders or somebody else, that to require post-accident testing, substance abuse has to be found to be some kind of contributing factor to the incident.
Whereas, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I meant to, whereas with a taxi driver, they get in an accident and they get tested.
That's right. We have a criteria, yes, sir, for that. And that's if there's a passenger in the vehicle, any kind of injury, if they're cited, found to be any kind of fault, we require post-accident testing. This section only requires it if there's a finding of a contributing aspect to the incident.
And who makes that? Is that the officer at the scene? I mean, who would be there to say, I think alcohol or drugs are involved, go get a test? And if it doesn't happen until the next day, what does that test really show?
To the chair, I can't answer that. Dude. Go ahead.
Well, if I may, in the ordinance language in this subsection J, it says the TNC should report the incident to the transportation inspector. And then there's that language. If it appears drug or alcohol was a factor to have contributed, required the TNC driver. So the language to me is the TNC or the transportation inspector can require the driver to go and submit to drug and alcohol testing.
So either one of you, if on that section that you pointed out to me, if I delete the if section, so it says, upon receipt of a report, a TNC driver being involved in a vehicle accident, being cited or being arrested, a TNC shall report the incident to the traffic inspector. And then if we take out the if it appears drug or alcohol use is likely to have contributed, so require the TNC driver to submit to. Is that then make it similar to the taxis, or you said that the taxis had sort of a higher threshold there, that it had to be somebody was hurt, a passenger was hurt, something like that? What would be the effect of just eliminating that if?
It's a little more similar. I think there is still a difference here because it still says it's likely to have contributed to the incident. That phrase is actually based on some more recent OSHA regulations where they're changing the reason for asking for a drug test. Rather than be automatic, they need to have some basis that says, well, it appears there might be a factor and then require the drug testing. So you can remove the if and say you shall submit, but there still must be two officers on scene, for example, or whomever, that it was a contributing factor somehow. And then they have to submit with their amendment, if that makes sense.
Right.
I think that the rest of this paragraph is also still a little bit different than the taxi cab chauffeur drug testing program. For example, this language acknowledges that marijuana is treated differently today than it was years ago when the chauffeurs and the drug testing regulations in our current code were passed. Marijuana is there as being prohibited, period. And here it acknowledges that the positive result for marijuana, the next to last sentence here, it shall not require disabling driver's access unless the test demonstrates the TNC driver was under the influence of marijuana at the time of providing TNC services. So that part is also very different from the current chauffeur drug testing program, which just says marijuana is prohibited. If you get a positive test for marijuana, no matter how long ago it was in your system, then you failed or you've got a positive result and you suffer the consequences required by the
THC and TNC sound similar, but they're not the same.
You're not the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is just going off of what Mr. Croft has been, and actually I was planning on talking about this even before he did. So I'm wondering, maybe one of the parliamentarians can help me here. So I think that you were on to the right track there, Mr. Croft, with deleting that if it appears, basically that clause there, going from if it appears all the way to the end to the incident there. And that would give us more of these protections. But the amendment that Mr. Trainee has put forward is very different than that and requires a sort of pre-test or pre-testing of everyone. So if someone, I'd like to swap those two if possible. Otherwise, perhaps we just will vote on Mr. Trainee's and then have a separate amendment.
Well, Mr. Dunbar, here's what you can do, because Mr. Trainee's proposed amendment is on the floor, okay? And if you want to make a motion, that's a secondary motion. You can go ahead and do it. We will vote on that first, and then we'll come back to Mr. Trainee. Would you like to do that?
I would.
Thank
now, for the clerk or you, Madam Chair, should I phrase that as swapping out the amendments or
what you need
amending
to do,
the amendments?
Excuse me, Mr. Dunbar, all you need to do is make a motion and read what it is you want to do.
Okay.
You get a second, we vote on it.
All right. So I would like to make a motion to substitute basically the entire amendment that Mr. Trainee has put before us with another amendment that simply deletes the language from on page 11 of the current ordinance from 3 to 5 that reads, if it appears drug or alcohol use is likely to have contributed to the incident. And this would require, basically have the effect of requiring mandatory drug and alcohol testing after an accident.
Thank you. Mr. Peter has second. There's 4 folks in the queue. Does anyone want to address Mr. Dunbar's proposed motion?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton first.
I'm not quite sure what to say. I need to absorb it. So this would be all of Trainee's Amendment number 7, leaving in this section J with changes?
No, I would get rid of everything that Mr. Trainee is proposing.
Okay, so all of that goes away, and then you put in this new, so section J here with a modification.
I'm not putting anything in. I'm proposing an amendment to Section J that already exists in the ordinance.
Okay, sorry. Can he repeat that then? Sorry.
So I apologize for doing this amendment on the floor. And when we discussed this at the Transportation Committee, I misunderstood what Mr. Trainee's amendment was trying to do. I thought it was trying to do this, which is make mandatory drug and alcohol testing after an accident as the taxis have. And so the amendment I'm proposing would get rid of all the changes that Mr. Trainee is proposing and simply substitute a deletion of the language on page 11 that reads, if it appears drug or alcohol use is likely to have contributed to the incident. That's line 3 to 5, page 11 of the existing ordinance.
Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
I guess just to clarify this, so basically you're saying if there's an accident, there will be a drug test?
Yes.
Okay, I would support this change.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr.
Well, I think you have to recreate the scenario that we're in. Any taxi cab driver, any Uber driver, anybody that's providing public safety or public services and transportation, it's going to be unfortunate if there's an accident. And so the idea that how far way deep into the investigation of that accident do we go, and is it helpful? One thing I admire about the thoroughness of our APD is they seem to already understand that insurance companies are going to want data, courts of law are going to want information, and so they already go to that degree. The extra step of confirming that an officer's sobriety test was affirmative by a drug test seems to be a little bit deeper than is necessary when you combine it with the zero tolerance policy that the TNC has already agreed to come into town. So that if a driver fails a sobriety check, can't touch his nose, can't walk the line, whatever else our police department's good, or soon there'll be a marijuana check roadside, I hope, to where the influence of alcohol or drugs was determined by the police officer to be a factor in the case. That will probably be the end of that driver's career. And I think that's what you want to have happen. The idea that now that you've had an accident, that we have this higher bar to prove that absolutely he was wrong is ridiculous, because I think the TNC is going to say, you're done. or already with the zero tolerance policy and the officer giving the citation for that, much like our DUI policies. So both of these go a little farther than I even think. The modification that Mr. Dunbar's putting forward seems to be sort of cobbling up, making sausage to Mr. Evans' reasonably well thought out adherence to the current code, and then Mr. Trainey's going off on pre-existing drug testing that really has no relevance to driver performance after they get the job. It's not going to prevent drunken drivers out there any more than our current law does. So we know on Mr. Trainey's, and I'm just not certain that we really need to go into post-accident testing. If I knew a good reason why we were doing it, I would probably support that amendment, but I'm likely not.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainey?
Nothing, ma'am.
Mr. Bosky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dean, I have a question for you. Specifically, when you were answering Mr. Croft's questions earlier, my understanding with that sentence, we're looking on page 11, line 3 at the very end, beginning with, if it appears drug or alcohol use is likely to have contributed to the incident. That's the sentence that Mr. Dunbar is proposing to take out. But my understanding of your testimony earlier was that's a factor that we use to give basis to why we're doing the testing. Did I misunderstand you?
Yes, I think you're correct. If I could try to clarify, instead of an automatically being tested, there has to be some observation that there appears drug or alcohol is a factor, and then you can require a test.
Right, and so what you're saying this is based on, in part, is existing law, whether it's in OSHA or other regulations somewhere else, not here. The fact of the matter is that sentence is key, especially if you're going to go to the drug testing, to show that you had a reason to go, not just something arbitrary. Well, it's not arbitrary, but it's just another factor to bolster your argument why you needed the test, right?
Then he can make a new motion.
That sounds correct to me.
Okay, thank you. You know, when it comes to the underlying argument or the underlying amendment, I will oppose it. I think we're getting into the realm of way too many regulations when it comes to, now we're going to pre-test people to see if they have drugs or alcohol in their system when they're applying. And as I read this, one of the things Mr. Musser said when he testified was the taxi cab drivers, when they're driving, if they're in an accident and they don't have a passenger in the vehicle, did I understand you right, that they don't have to have a drug test or an alcohol test? Because you gave 3 things. You said there's multiple factors of when they may not need one or when they may. If they have a passenger, so that would imply to me if they don't automatically get tested. If there's an injury or citation. Can you clarify that for me, Eric?
Through the chair, yes, we would not necessarily refer them for post-accident testing if there wasn't a passenger.
So what we're doing now is we're creating a system in which a potential TNC driver has a higher threshold than the taxi cab. So if I'm at the Fred Meyer parking lot and I'm doing nothing and somebody backs into me, effectively I've been in an accident and I'm a TNC driver, now I mandatory have to go get a drug test. Because it doesn't say there's no passenger in here. It just says if you're a TNC driver. So also that would say to me, if I'm a TNC driver and I'm down with my family in Homer and somebody backs into me and I'm not driving the TNC, it doesn't say when I'm off duty. It just says if I'm a TNC driver. So again, I think we might be going way beyond what anybody's thinking we're going beyond now, because now you're asking to hold the TNC drivers to a much higher standard, actually, than the taxi cab drivers. I guess that was a statement, not a question. My last question, Dean, in this on line 7, it refers to section 11.10.085, and is that just the process by which the tests are administered, or is that the criteria under which those are having to be done?
That's the inspections.
11.10.85.
So let me just recap here. It says, blah, 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 require TNC driver to submit post-incident drug and alcohol administered established pursuant to section 1110-085. I don't have the section in front of me, so what are we referring to in that law?
I want to make sure I understand the question. You're asking if the J refers to 1110-85, correct?
Yeah, so what I'm asking to is we're referring into this post-incident drug and alcohol test, and it says established by a program by the commission pursuant to section 1110-085. What is that section? What are we referring to?
That's the current section that has the drug and alcohol testing program for taxi cab chauffeurs, licensed chauffeurs, taxi cab vehicles for hire. And Mr. Musser could probably answer a little better than I could.
And if I could provide an assist, the text of Amendment 7 shows almost all of the current 1110-085. So in your packet, if you look at the text of Amendment number 7, you'll see virtually all of 1110-085 reprinted.
Ms. Domboski, if I could interrupt for just a second. Mr. Traney has offered to withdraw his amendment, and that requires me to also withdraw mine.
Well, let's just get it done.
Okay.
Okay, Mr.
So,
Dunbar.
I make a motion to withdraw my, whatever it is,
Your
amendment
motion,
to the
and
amendment.
whoever made the second, you withdraw. Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Traney, now it's your turn.
And I'll withdraw for causing this whole trouble.
Thank you. And the second? Thank you. Okay, so we're done with this. Okay. Mr. Traney, are you going to bring forward any other? Okay. We now have before us the main motion, ordinance number 2017-30, to add a new chapter to accommodate and regulate the entry of transportation network companies and their services into the area. Transportation services market as amended. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Steele? No? Okay. Mr. Peterson?
Wait.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to make a comment about the last amendment. One thing you have to take into consideration when there's an accident nowadays, they're not required to call the police department to fill out an accident report. Drivers, if there's a non-injury accident, they can actually go and fill out those reports and submit them themselves. So just because there's an accident doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be law enforcement at the scene of that accident. Just wanted to provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Traney, on the main motion as
On the main
amended.
motion, ma'am, I'll be a no vote on this because we're giving away public safety for some new industry coming to town. I'm not willing to give up public safety. So I'm a no vote on this, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to keep my remarks brief. We've had a good debate here. I appreciate Mr. Traney's concerns with public safety. I think we've had several amendments tonight that hopefully improve on that a little bit. And certainly I expect that this will not be the end of the story regardless of what happens, both for this industry and for taxi cabs. I'm sure we will take up this and other ordinances or amendments in the future in my committee. However, I will say that there is an overwhelming desire, particularly amongst young people in this city, to see that TNCs are able to operate here. Now, ultimately, the decision will be made by the state. I think there's a misconception that the Assembly is the thing that's keeping them out of Anchorage. That's not actually the case. It's the state and the state law, and that may or may not change. But if it does change, and it isn't, and they don't preempt local action, then I think it's wise for us to have a local framework in place. And I think Mr. Evans has done a lot of work and should be commended for doing so to allow that to go forward. But I want to increase the number of transportation options in Anchorage. I want us to be a forward-looking city where young people want to come and live. And when they come off of the airplane at the airport, I want them to have the option to either go to the cabs or to pull up the app that they have on their phone and to feel like the trip to Alaska was convenient, was easy, was fun, and this is a place that they want to be. So I will be supporting the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, will support the ordinance. I appreciate all the amendments that were brought forth, even though I didn't agree with a lot of them. I appreciate Mr. Traney's, in particular, concern for public safety. It's nothing new for him. He does that with just about everything, and so he's consistent there. I don't agree that we sacrifice public safety. I think we've actually maintained it by the requirements that are in the ordinance. With respect to the state proposal that's pending, one of the reasons I didn't pull this in light of the state's ordinance is because I think it's important by passing this to send to Juneau and to the legislatures there a strong message that Anchorage does support TNCs and that we do want them in our community, and that's why we passed this legislation. They're going to have to do their part as far as fixing the whole independent contractor issue, or what we did doesn't matter. But I think it is important, in light of what the state's doing, that we pass this, and I hope to pass it with as many votes as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Weddleton?
I will be supporting this. Just looking at it in the span of transportation options, we can walk, we can take cars, we can ride our motorcycles, our bicycles, take buses, taxis, and we can carpool. And all these have varying levels of safety and convenience and cost, and we don't expect them all to be on the same level playing field. We have choices, and we make our trade-offs. So now this evening, we, should the state abide, we add TNCs to the mix. And perhaps soon we'll be doing this again for driverless vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr?
Well, in my term here, 10 years or so, this is about the third time we've bit at this apple. And Mr. Evans, I think you hit a home run with it, because it certainly has put good legislation forward. And if it was sort of cobbled, or it was going to have a lot of holes on it later, I think we would have not voted to approve it. And I hope we do tonight. I think we're going to solve other problems that we don't even know yet. I think we're going to solve some of the bar break problems. The youth are much more comfortable, perhaps even inebriated, more comfortable pushing an app and say, bring me a car. And I think they're going to do that. I think you're going to see repeat client-based relationships. You have the Uber technology allows you to pick that same driver with that same vehicle time and time again. Pre-registration for a ride that's going to show up. I think you're going to see the solutions to Eagle River, the localized transportation model for somebody that just needs to go 3 miles in Eagle River, and a yellow cab doesn't want to come out for that. I think you're going to see transportation models that will take people from here to Denali, because that's their model of operation. I'm engaged in the tourist market, and I can't tell you how many times I hear, it's got to be 40 or 50 times a week, why don't you have another transportation model here, specifically Uber or Lyft? That's what they say. Why don't you have Uber here? And when you do your homework, which I've done on that investigation, coming from Phoenix or some of the other points, the system works. Uber does have a model that works. So Mr. Evans said earlier that I believe the message needs to be sent that the transportation models on our side of regulatory models needs to be more like that Uber. I will say I don't believe the drivers themselves are going to be hurt. Through all of this legislation change, all the previous attempts, we were never able to crack the nut on how they were dispatched, and the functionality of that dispatching model is where it's broken. And that is an incentive for those dispatch modelers to change their system and provide that two-way feedback, to provide all that. I was never convinced that we were told that we have that. We have that app on the phone. We have that driver registration. We have that rating system. Not really. I don't believe that's the case, or the models would have changed our system locally and we wouldn't be where we are tonight. So, Mr. Evans, I think it's historic. I hope it stands. I think you're right. It will send a message to Juneau. It'll give them a way out to say it's okay because Anchorage did. And I hope they recognize the legislation is deep and thorough. So thank you very much.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be really, really brief, but I thought the conversation this evening amongst my colleagues was really, really great. The debate was wonderful. Personally, I use Uber all the time when I travel, and I'd like to see it here eventually. But in the words of Mr. Dunbar, the ultimate decision is the state. With that said, I will be voting no on this ordinance. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Who didn't vote? That ordinance is approved 7-3. We are now at agenda item 11B, AO 2736, unmanned serial vehicles, UAA, and drones. The
Madam
public
Chair, I move to postpone this indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr.
Second,
Starr.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. There's a motion on the floor to postpone this indefinitely. Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, somebody was in the queue, but I missed it. Who was in the queue just now? Ms. Dombrowski.
Yeah, I'd like to know why we're postponing it indefinitely.
I can speak to that. It's so gutted now that it really is only about a public nuisance, and that's such a finite definition of public nuisance. The regulatory agencies already protect our airspace against what Mr. Flynn's intentions were, and so you really have a law that is unenforceable and also overrides what the airspace regulations now are by the FAA. So, you know, if you want to regulate toys and public nuisances, then let's go after those and do it a different way. Don't pretend that it's a UAV conversation. That's where he's got it packaged right now with one clause of enforcement. If you look at all the stuff that he's pulled out of there, it's a conversation that needs to start over, most likely by another body.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I just was trying to get in, and because of the voting situation, can't press my button, but
Okay.
may I speak?
Ms. Dombrowski, did you have anything else? Thank you. Mr. Croft?
Well, I actually, it's a rarity, but I think I agree with Mr. Starr and almost everything he said. But the problem is the sponsor of the bill is not here. I prefer to kill it with him present, and I think that's probably the right result, or dramatically alter it. I've had a lot of conversations, some with him and some with others, about making it more of just a straight nuisance bill, not this. If you're peeping Tom anytime, you know, that should be prohibited, and not just this this use of this particular technology. And I agree that with the exception that was presented there, I'm not sure what it does anymore, given that you exempted out the requirement of if you have a federal license, it's out of this, and I think you, in most cases, have to have a federal license. So I'm not sure what it does, but I am uncomfortable doing this with the member who proposed it not present. I just don't think that's appropriate or courteous for us, and so I'd oppose doing this now.
Chair, I'll change my motion and I postpone it to April 18th.
Thank you.
Is there a second? 18th. Oh, April 18th is certification. It needs to be the 11th or either after. 11th or 25th. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to postpone action until April 11th.
I'll
And so
second.
there's a second?
Second.
Mr. Croft? Okay, let's vote on postponing this until April 11th. Okay. He'll be here on the 11th. Yeah. Okay. We can vote. Okay. This item is postponed until the meeting of April 11th. We are now at agenda item 11C, AO 2017.
Madam Chair, move to postpone this item until 11th of February.
Mr. Traney,
11th of
can I read the ordinance number, please?
You wish.
Thank you.
I can check
AO
it out.
2017-31, record keeping and reporting requirements and other requirements for scrap metal dealers and dealers of precious metals. Mr. Traney.
Madam Chair, nothing's changed. I move to postpone this item to April 11th.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote to postpone until April 11th. That item is postponed until the meeting of April 11th. We are now at agenda item 14A, AO 2017-39.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Traney?
I need to disclose that my wife, personal conflict, my wife is a school teacher. And so, as I have to every year, I need to disclose my wife's a school teacher. The amount of money she makes, I don't want to upset her. It's interesting. I have no idea how much money she makes. It's not part of our financial structure.
Mr. Traney, as usual, the chair rules that you do not have a conflict and you will be participating. Thank you, Mr. Traney.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. AO 2017-39, an ordinance. Gentlemen? Thank you, gentlemen. AO 2017-39, an ordinance approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2017-2018. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Starr?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
I had a question that may have been answered earlier, so Mr. Abbott, maybe you can answer. You know the school district pretty well. What happens if the BSA changes in Juneau? Have we heard that answer before?
I bet there's somebody out there that.
Let me ask it a different way. If the BSA changes in Juneau, does the entire budget come back to us?
No. But I think the superintendent and/or her team could answer that more usefully.
Okay, so to that effect, Mr. Falsey, what I'd like is that if the BSA does change, I'd like the budget discussion to come back to us. Do you have an understanding of what I'm talking about?
Through the chair, yes. And actually the BSA, if it changes, it would also adjust the basic need, which it would alter the city's support. So yes, but there's a ordinance in regard to.
Through the chair, we're here to address upper limit spending. So historically, if the BSA has gone down or we've lost funding, we wouldn't come back as that upper limit is going to be higher than what we can actually receive and spend anyway.
Here's the problem, though. Our engagement as the assembly body can have some input on where your cuts or reduction in services provided occurs. And I won't be here if that happens. I'm off the body because I'm termed out. But Ms. Domboski, please help me on this one because it's historical knowledge I'm trying to impart to you. We've had this happen before where the BSA has been cut after the budget's been approved, and it looks like a different funding system, and it leaves it only up to you and your board. And I want to come back into the conversation, or somebody at the assembly level should come back into that. So my question to Mr. Falsey, who is off somewhere, is if your BSA changes, can we have the conversation come back to the assembly?
Through the chair, yes, we can, and we would request that from our board because they would have an approval, and then we'd move it here.
Yeah, naturally it has to happen before we set the tax rates, however. That's the other sticky wicket that comes into play. So it's likely to not happen, though, that Juneau does that. But the concept still remains. And for some reason we have a disjointed body here, but this is so important. You have to understand what's going to happen in Juneau. And if they cut that BSA, we cut our local funding match. We've taxed already over and above that. We can't take those tax dollars and contribute them because we're going to be legally restricted on how much money we can contribute to that. You need to be engaged back in that conversation again, or it's what's going to happen is what happened on the Sullivan Watch, is that we took that extra $10 million of funding and we put it in Fund 101, and we couldn't vote on it. So you have to decide that you're going to come back with an S version. And I'm passionate about it because it was the wrong thing to do. We should have either given it back to the taxpayers if we couldn't done it, or we should have given it back to the school district because we taxed on their behalf. So if what happens in Juneau happens again, you got to understand we are bound on an upper limit contribution, and we would have already taxed and collected the money. And it's not yours.
I'm going to call on you.
Through the chair to Member Starr, there's multiple things that could happen. There could be a BSA change. They could change the amount for the local required contribution. They could do another decrease for bond debt reimbursement, like the governor's veto last year. And I'm quite certain if they change what they are going to provide for the bond debt reimbursement, if they were to do just a 25% again, it would be closer to the $15 million than this past year's 10.8, and most certainly we would be coming back at some level of discussions, probably between board members and the assembly
that
prior
raises
to
the conversation, though. Do you bring it back to us if they fund at a level that's greater than your anticipated contributions inside this budget?
Mr. Starr,
for debt service. Yes.
I have a comment, okay, in regard to your question, okay? Number one, if the budget number changes, they have to come back to us with a revision. They come back to us anyway in April after the election when the bonds pass, and that's a budget revision. So they have no choice but to come back to us with a budget revision.
I disagree with you, Madam Chair, from the effect of what tax setting does to the whole conversation. So I've been burned before. I'm gone, but just understand that if it changes from one of the, probably not all three of those scenarios, but certainly if we've got tax dollars in the bank and our local contribution is held down, we're going to have surplus tax dollars, and I would if I was sitting up here, I'd give them back to those that taxed or come up with a formula that's a workaround. But we were challenged on that legally before, and we couldn't give you more money than it was capable of. So, and if Mr. Traney's going to remind me, all we get to do is approve the budget. I get that, Mr. Traney, but we also approve the process and how the budget is approved. And I've seen it, and it's a lecture, but I've seen you having to go for sports fees and elimination of programs and all the other stuff that occurs after we approve the body. And quite frankly, we get blamed for all of that because you're funded short. And it's a two-way conversation until you get the check in your hand. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I'm going to go to Mr. Traney and then Mr. Abbott. Mr. Traney.
Mr. Starr, if we don't approve the budget as submitted becomes law. So, I know. I'm just telling you.
Thank you,
Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you. I was just going to clarify points, one of which Mr. Traney made. There's a time limit for the Assembly's action, which I think has about another 5 weeks to run. So conceivably, I believe the Assembly could amend its action from tonight and change the upper limit that it sets. And then, obviously, the Assembly still has not funded the portion of the school district budget that is locally provided. That is done later in the process at first quarter budget revisions and by setting the mill rates. So those items are yet to be determined.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions for the school district. Dr. Bishop, I was listening to the audio of the last joint meeting of the Assembly and the school board, and one of the things that caught my attention was this discussion about instructional coaches for elementary schools. I am not one of those that subscribes to the idea that the Assembly can only pass an upper limit budget. I know that's what the law says, but I think it gives us the opportunity to ask these questions. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. The 48 instructional coaches that are being put in elementary schools, did I understand correctly that those are grant funds that you're shifting into those elementary schools?
Through the chair, yes, Member Dembowski. Those are, we're pulling several different grant funds to actually do one purposeful move to support elementary schools, given that there will be a reduction in teachers at that level.
Is there a match that the district has to put forward for those grant funds?
Through the chair, no. They are entitlement grants through the federal government.
Okay. And the other question I have for you, I'm looking at this budget over last year's budget, and it's about 1%, 1.06%, right around there, higher, which seems modest, but the student enrollment is projected to be about 270 less. So the biggest challenge I have, obviously you probably heard tonight that the city has a shortfall from last year. So as you have declining enrollment, as you have maybe declining revenues coming in, we can't sustain continued growth year over year. So how are you going to address that?
Mm-hmm. Is that the 90 million? That's the 90 million. No, it's students. Through the chair, the 1% increase is, in fact, this year we had a reduction in enrollment as well, yet our revenue increased, and that was due to the base student allocation formula, which has 6 different sections in its algorithm, and depending on the school size factor and other indicators, the funds change, and that particular one was the increase in intensive needs students, which is a 13 times multiplier for the ADM, or the average daily membership. So currently in this present year, we had to do a budget revision due to the increase in funds provided. However, even though enrollment went down, just due to the formula.
Okay, and so I actually have to correct myself. I think your budget increase, if I'm reading this right, your budget increase is only about 0.6. So it's actually, much less than what I had said. But that doesn't really get to the heart of what I'm asking. You have declining enrollment, which obviously that's going to create a whole firestorm of other issues. But how are you going to manage an economic situation that we're in now, less revenue coming to the district? That's probably going to happen. even a 0.6 increase is still more than truly you're going to have money for in the future. So how are you going to manage that? Because I heard you make comments to built-in cost escalators being probably labor contracts. The second is healthcare costs. I mean, those things go up, but with less students and less money, how are you going to manage that in the future?
Through the chair, we have created a scalable budget this year where it's very transparent in regard to the ratios, the pupil-teacher ratios at every school, every middle school, and that's including not only teachers but nurses, principals. There was an overhaul of the budget in regard to we've made reductions in all different job types, from principals to administrators in my department to school support staff and teachers. So we are taking this that if revenue increases, we can scale up. If revenue decreases, we can scale down, and we know where the needs are built off of equity in the system in regard to needs at certain schools. So we are prepared for what may happen, as Member Starr mentioned, in Juneau.
Okay. And I'll just close with these remarks. The only vote I've ever regretted was voting yes on my first school district budget. But you've put me in a quandary because I've watched the district over the last few months, and I've watched the heavy reliance on data and not being afraid of what that data says. And I see that there's a significant shift here in transparency and how you're going to be dealing with your budget. And so it leaves me in a situation where I almost feel like I want to give you the chance to succeed. And I look at it and I think, as a new administration coming in, do I give you my vote to say, I'm going to give you this chance, but don't make me regret it next year? And I think what I'm seeing so far I'm liking, but the number one complaint I hear all the time is how expensive the schools are. And so I really have to have tangible results that I can bring back to my constituents and explain to them. Number one, why enrollment's going down and cost went up. It's a difficult one to swallow, especially when people say, well, how much did they get in raises? So these are the things that I'll be watching over the next year. I think I really like the direction you're going with the school district. So Dr. Bishop, I wish you the best of luck, and I can't wait to have this conversation next year.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be quick. This is the meeting normally where I give my quixotic speech about a revolution in public education. I do it every time, and I vote no every time on the school's budget for that reason, because I believe we have a system that basically reinforces mediocrity. And I'm going to continue doing that. I'm not going to give the speech tonight because we spent a lot of time already talking. You can just refer to my previous messages. But I didn't want my vote no to be misinterpreted as being a sign, like Ms. Dombrowski was talking about, that I don't believe you're doing a good job of administering the school within the system that we've got. Because I do, and I am a fan of Superintendent Bishop. I think you guys are on the right track on that. But I just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There is no one else. Thank you very much. If there's no one else in the queue, please vote on ordinance number 2739. That ordinance is approved 9-1. We are now at agenda item 14B, AO 2017-75, appropriating unused, unobligated contributions of $32,021.63 as fund balance or as a grant match for originating funds, and appropriating $52,205.66 of revenues related to fire programs. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Starr. Thank you, Mr. Training. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
Well, the first question is to you, Madam Chair, as Budget and Finance. Do you remember doing these kind of budget balancing acts like we're doing now? I don't remember seeing these before.
Mr. Starr, if I can respond. Actually, I don't remember, but I really think it's a great idea because it's money that's there that we can use for something else. So I'm really pleased to see this action happening.
Yeah, I mean, you and I probably know the fund specificity more than most because we've had to study it at depth. My fear, and it's only the principle, and you say, oh, it's only a couple $100,000, or in this case less than that, but my fear is that you take the inference that it's area-wide general money like number 2 is, unrestricted contribution and you focus it into a specific service area, that excludes Chugiak Eagle River, for example. Same with the federal grants that were given to us. And so I don't mind it because it isn't a tremendous amount of money. I'm happy to free up the capital. But I worry about things like moving them from a capital fund to a general operating fund if they're bond money. Station over monies from that. Let's just say we didn't need to bond for it. Sort of that master tax amount. So it's just more of a lecture than that. Is don't take it lightly that it might be a good idea, but it could run roughshod on the service areas if it's area-wide money. Then now we're focusing into a non-area-wide use, such as the school district. And then I don't know the fund balance process after we've started our year-end audit process. Does that cause us a quandary with the CAFR reviews? Are we too far out from being able to do this money shuffle and not cause grief for those auditors? Do you know the answer to that, Ms. Gray Jackson?
I was looking for the year, but no, I can't answer that question right off the bat, but maybe Mr. Harris can.
Well, thank you. Through the chair. Well, Mr. Starr, first off, let me just clarify that none of the capital monies would go to an operating, to any kind of operating fund. Capital monies have to be spent for capital.
Can you explain to the surplus dollars related to the fire station rebuild over? That would have been bonded money, though. So I know that one of these was surplus funds generated by a remodel of Station 2, 5.
Well, I'll have to look at that. If perhaps Mr. Abbott knows the answer to that. But in general, no. In general, we would not move any capital monies over to any kind of operating expense. We would keep the two completely separate. If there was extra money left over, it would go back to a capital expense.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the other piece is, as the resolution specifies, a lot of these cleanup that you're starting to see are as a result of us converting to SAP.
Oh, okay.
And as we're going through and sort of sweeping all the accounts out, wanting to make sure that when we do the conversion to SAP, we've captured everything.
Okay, fair enough. So it's not going to necessarily be an annual rebalancing that the Assembly has to sort through.
Well, my preference would be that we never, ever have to do this again until someday when we replace SAP 100 years in the future.
Okay, good answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item passes unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14C, AR 2017-76, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $125,000 of other fines and forfeitures revenue from federal seizures and forfeitures to the Federal State Fine and Forfeiture Fund 257. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? We need a second. Thank you. First and second, no one's in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14D, AR 2017-77, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $870,000 within the MOA Trust Fund for expert financial management and support services provided in calendar year 2017. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is, somebody didn't vote. Thank you. It's approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14E, AR 2017-94, approving a master tax exempt lease in the amount of $4,500,000 for SAP implementation. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14F, AR 2017-78, appropriating not to exceed $258,171 as a contribution to the area-wide general fund 2016 fund balance. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14G, AR 2017-79, confirming and levying special assessments for Special Assessment District 0855, which constructed street improvements on Cliffside Drive and East Ridge Drive. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14H, AR 2017-80, a resolution of the municipality adopting the Anchorage All Hazards Mitigation Plan update. Public hearing is now closed. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. No one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. Mr. Evans? Thank you. Unanimously. We're now at Agenda Item 14I, AR 2017-89, a resolution appropriating $183,800 for City Hall CIP maintenance improvements and tenant improvements. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14J, AR 2017-90, appropriating $120,000 for payment of principal and interest on an interfund loan for the Eagle River Town Center. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14K, AR 2017-91, appropriating $270,987.80 for a transfer of responsibilities agreement for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Vision Zero program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14L, AR 2017-92, appropriating $286,042.68 for a transfer of responsibilities agreement for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions non-motorized plans update. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I accidentally voted wrong on the last item. I thought we were on this item.
Okay.
But when I'm looking at this, Mr. Flynn isn't here, but Mr. Weddleton might be able to answer, or who's on the AMATS committee? Mr. Weddleton. As we're looking at the funds coming through and that we're putting towards non-motorized plan update, does that federal money, does it have to go to bikes, trails, and all that kind of stuff, or can it go to roads and whatnot, or is it specifically designated?
I'm not sure about these dollars in particular. There are some that are, of course, can only go for certain things. Who here?
Madam Chair, may I ask Mr. Harris?
Certainly, Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, can you tell me the funds that we're transferring here to the AMATS non-motorized plans update, is that federal money designated specifically only for non-motorized, or could it go to other things, like some other function?
Madam Chair, Assemblyman Dembowski, by policy, by AMAT's policy, these funds have to be used for a non-motorized purpose.
But the grant, what does the grant say?
Well, there is no grant per se. There's a federal allocation process. The federal allocation requires that we spend at least 10% of the AMAT's associated road funds on non-motorized uses. We're allowed to go as high as 15%, and the AMAT's policy committee has been at the 15% threshold for many years. So some of this money potentially, if AMAT's changed its policies, which of course is not solely within the realm of the municipality, then conceivably less money could be spent on non-motorized projects. I don't know whether this would be would be affected by that reduction or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I might just point out, this is to update the bike plan, the pedestrian plan, and the trails plan, I think, as one big unit. And, we will be spending millions and millions of dollars on all of those things because our roads should be used for everything. I mean, spend $10 million a mile on these things. You should make them work for everyone. So planning them carefully is a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14M, AR 2017-96, a resolution approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M10245, doing business as Alaska Slow Burn Cannabis Outlet. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
We looked at this at the Community and Economic Development Committee on the 16th of this month, and we recommend approval with the conditions stated in sections 2 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. This item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14N, AO 2017-44, authorizing and approving the issuance of wastewater revenue refunding bonds for the Anchorage wastewater utility. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14O, AO 2017-45, authorizing and approving the issuance of water revenue refunding bonds for the Anchorage water utility. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Thank you. That item is approved unanimously. We're now at Agenda Item 14P, AO 2017-46, issuance of not to exceed $110 million in aggregate principal amount of tax anticipation note. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now on Agenda Item 14Q, AO 2017-47, disposal by perpetual, non-exclusive electrical easement to Trugac Electric Association, Inc. for an underground loop closure project for the Clad Elementary School on municipal property. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Somebody didn't vote. Please vote. Who's missing? Who's missing? Mr. Trainee. Hello.
I hit it. I hit it.
That ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14R, AO 2017-48, authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive surface and underground telecommunications and electrical easement to municipal light and power for the North Star Elementary School on municipal property. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Can you touch the screen, please? Thank you. Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14S, AO 2017-49, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by sale of municipal property to Cook Inlet Housing Authority with development requirements and structured financing, also known as Heritage Land Bank parcels 4-004, 4-005, and 4-006. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Well, I couldn't shout out, but Ms. Ward, I'm going to call you out on these. These are easy to read. You've done a fine job in packaging all these, so kudos to your staff for preparing these. I tell you, I read them, and they real estate transactions and negotiations, they've all gone into this. You've not got us in trouble with any of your deals, so I'm calling you out on purpose. So thank you for your skill, and be sure your staff knows that we appreciate you keeping us out of trouble in the real estate business.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to commend the administration for getting this done. I think we all know that we need better affordable housing options, particularly downtown, and your continued efforts there are very much appreciated. I also wanted to call out CIHA, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, for the great work they have done. In East Anchorage, there are several new facilities that they have opened, and they do tremendous work. So thanks to all of you for getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. Thank you. That item is approved unanimously. We're now at agenda item 14T, AO 2017-42, repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 1.15, Code of Ethics. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Mbosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. I had two, but I'm not going to move them both. I'm only going to move one. So it's Domboski Amendment number 2. I move, see if I can do it. All right, so I will start with a purpose statement. It's to require elected officials to disclose sponsor, furnish admission, and registration fees, travel expenses, and means in a total amount of over $500 of an event related to official government business, education, or information gathering. The current section would be moved from general examples to the section entitled Supplemental Rules for Elected Officials. So effectively, we would delete, it's going to be in section 1.15.050 under gifts. We would delete section 9, strike out, and we'll move up section 10, essentially is what it's doing. So under F, we'll add a new item 2, so number 1 will be renumbered, and it'll read, an elected official may receive sponsor-provided registration fees, travel expenses, accommodation, and meals for an event related to official government business, education, or information gathering. If the value of these received items exceeds $500 in total, an elected official must file a disclosure to the municipal clerk in the form prescribed by the Board of Ethics and post it on the municipal website at least 3 days prior to the event. If I can get a second.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, effectively, what we were trying to do is make sure, I don't think there's anybody here who wants to receive gifts or accommodations or airfare or anything like that and try to hide it from the public. I don't think that was ever the intent. But to give clarity and maybe a higher threshold for disclosure, so you're not all disclosing all these tiny little things. And so the number that DNS so gratefully came up with me was $500. And there was a discussion with at least one of the board members of the Board of Ethics. I know she had. And they did not seem opposed to it. So, again, it wasn't the whole board. It was just one member. But
thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Mr. Trainee?
Dee, does the form exist currently? How long will it take to create the form? Because I have no problem asking for the form. I just want to make sure it exists. Thank you. I'll support this then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There is no one else in the queue. We're voting on Mr. Mbosky's proposed amendment number 2. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I would move amendment number 1. Do you want us to sequentially order amendments or just, she did a 1, this is Croft number 1?
This is Croft number 1.
All right, that's different from Domboski number 1 then.
Yep.
I'll move that amendment.
Would you like to speak to the amendment? Could you hit the board and then somebody second it? Thank you. Mr. Croft.
Yes, so Right now, what we do with these travel discounts, accommodations, registration, and business travel, so this is, as opposed to the amendment that we just unanimously approved, that is someone else paying for those, education, information gathering. This is when you go on one as part of the business, and we just wrote it out. The current draft writes it completely out of the ethics laws. And the idea there, as explained in the committee meeting, was if your supervisor has approved that and it's a travel that they think you should go on, that it's more properly in their channels, and they can get sanctioned if they're allowing inappropriate travel. And while I guess I don't mind that so much, I did object in the way they gave that deference. In other words, they completely wrote it out of the ethics law rather than saying generally those things are not supervised. That is, they're an exception. So one says ethics law doesn't cover them at all. The other says they're an exception. And the way that makes a difference is the preamble there in C, unless other factors of influence are present or inconsistent with the general rule. So we give an out to say, well, we generally are not second-guessing a supervisor telling you that you can go on this business-related trip. It's not categorically out, and if there is something that smells tremendously fishy about it, that is, other factors of influence are present or inconsistent with the general rule, it's okay. So it's still providing that deference to that decision, but it allows for the odd case to be recognized and punished.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little housekeeping item. My last amendment just would actually make Mr. Croft's amendment number 9, I think, because I wiped out section.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to just...
Ms. Dombrowski, the code revisor will take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski.
You're welcome.
There's no one else in the queue. We're voting on Mr. Croft's proposed amendment number 1. Please vote. Somebody didn't vote. Thank you. That amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Croft?
Madam Chair, I won't be offering amendment number 2. It's covered in other areas. So just so the public understands, there's already a restriction against a public servant serving as a registered lobbyist after a year. We don't need to repeat it in the ethics code.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans, your proposed amendment number 1.
I have a proposed amendment.
You do, but if you would not like to move it forward, that's fine.
Well, let me look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I recall what this was. I raised it at the committee meeting, and thank whoever for putting it together. This basically, one of the things restricted the use of any kind of government resources to engage in any kind of basically political activity and such. It was a little too broadly written so that it would cover assembly members who are using the email system from doing sort of the normal functions that we do about various issues and talking about it. So this provides a section that says elected officials may voice their opinions as part of their usual and customary duties with similar limited use of municipal resources. So it just clears up that potential problem.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Traney.
I think at the time, Mr. Evans, we were discussing this, that they anticipate assembly members will have points of view. And so let's get that out of there without being in conflict. I'll support you on that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Evans' amendment, proposed amendment number 1. That amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Traney, you have an amendment also.
I've got an amendment, you're right. The way this was originally written, the Ethics Board would submit the review to the body here, but I want them to come to Rules Committee and present it in person once a year. Sometimes I think they feel we forget about them, and what they do is so important. I want them to have to come to our committee and give it to us in person, so that way it gets the attention that it needs to have. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We need a second, please. Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Trainee's proposed amendment. That amendment is approved. We are now at the main motion as amended, AO 2017-42, repealing and reenacting Code of Ethics. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This rewrite of the ethics ordinance has been in the works, I've been told, for approximately a decade. Different people have started to rewrite this, and it has never made it all the way across the finish line. And I think we can thank our Board of Ethics and people up in the legal department for putting in extra hours and doing their homework to get this done as soon as it's happening. I know the Board of Ethics was meeting regularly and had marathon meetings at City Hall, and so I appreciate all the work that your group did, Mr. Nesbitt, and I really think we've improved this. We've cut out quite a few pages of this, and I think it's more easily understandable. So for the layman, I think it works much better. So thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
I want to thank both Mr. Nesbitt and Deanna. You guys, when I came to you, this was a huge document. It was 55 pages, and now it's nice to see it's been reduced down. Some language has been cleaned up. So I appreciate all the time you put into this. It was not an easy task, so thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple questions for the Board of Ethics. Mr. Nesbitt, if you'd like to come forward, and Dee Ennis. So I just want to get a grasp on, as the commission, as the board was evaluating the rewrite, what are some of the issues that you've kind of honed in on that you still know need work, or what were some of the biggest concerns you had during the rewrite?
I think that this is perfect. I think there's no need for any change ever in the future again. No.
Oh, I know you're ribbon.
No, of course. I mean, essentially what we did is we tried to address some of the things that were coming before the board. That's part of it. The other part of it was, as Mr. Trainee mentioned, we tried to hone it down from 55 pages. The direction was to go to 5. We made it to about 15 pages.
It's a good start.
With the amendments, I think we're at 16 now. So we really made an effort to address those issues that were coming before the board and also clean up some of the language, because it was divided into 3 different sections to combine all of those and cut out a lot of that excess. And also the philosophy that we've tried to address here is less of chasing down all the different avenues that could happen and try to instead of chase down all the possible scenarios, instead to leave some of the discretion to those who are interpreting the code, so that you have a general rule, then you have examples to follow. And it leaves it to, that was one of the issues that was coming up, and that is that a specific scenario would come up where we would have a very difficult time addressing it within the confines of all of the very strict language in the code. So here we have increased flexibility to do what we think is within the spirit of the code versus follow the exact language, if that makes sense. Yep. And I turn it over to Ms. Ennis too, because, and I am very thankful for all of the work that she put into this. It was extraordinary.
Thank you.
Well, I know 2 of the sections that have been addressed that we do want to look at further one was the restrictions on what you could do within a year of leaving service. You're with the MOA. I think that is a long section. It's largely based on current code, and it really needs to be looked at. Another one, Ms. Dombrowski, was one you raised with what elected officials can do. What can they appear on behalf of which boards, for what purposes, under what circumstances? Right now, we simplified it. We said, hey, you need to avoid dual representation. If you're going to appear both as an assembly person, then you shouldn't be representing a client before certain boards. And also that assembly members have some swag, and that when you appear at certain functions or boards, that you could be influential, unduly so. I think at the work session, Ms. Dombrowski, you brought up, well, what about the times when you are not going to, or a matter will not be coming back before the assembly? Are there some inroads into that dual representation And so that's something that needs to be explored.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. And I'll just follow up. I don't know if anybody else wants to ask them questions, but I'll just follow up with saying I think that last part is an important part, because as the public representative of a district, we've been in a situation when an issue would never come before the assembly and we had no way to advocate for our district. And I think that was probably not intentional, but I think it's something that needs to be explored because we're here to represent our districts. And if you have a significant issue in front of a board and it's never coming to the assembly, we have no way to be a voice for our district. And I think that's something that I raised passionately to Ms. Ennis, and they're going to explore it some more. But so I want members to know on the record that we're going to be having to dive back into this and deal with it. But it was such a significant issue. After talking with Ms. Ennis, we decided just not to make an amendment and come back on its own and deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Starr?
No, or just general comments, but Ms. Dombrowski's last point is probably most important. For example, for our purposes, Mr. Traney is guilty of some of the reasons why we empowered the boards and commissions lower to take on some of these things, such as can't come up with administrative reviews were one of them and all that. When we kicked all that down, when I first got on the assembly, we heard everything, rezones and violations and all that stuff. And so when it went to committee, we sort of gave them the empowerment, but we also excluded ourselves from the conversation. For our exampling, to be able to address planning and zoning on a vital issue where it would never come to the Assembly from a master plan or something like that. The Assembly authority does have way and sway. I would never want to be accused of trying to influence that body, but it's necessary to go communicate our side of the story. And lastly, I'd also like to say the platform, Mr. Traney, you can appreciate this, is that it was built on Dee Dee Johnro's dad, Ken Stout, who's dead now, but a lot of this wording and a lot of this platform was Ken when I first got on the body. So historically, I think it's important to remember those that came before us. And Mr. Stout passed away, of course, but it's just so interesting to read his legacy because he tackled the hard stuff. There was accusations of improprieties when he first started presenting. It's like, oh, that would never happen. And you know, Ms. Dombrowski's had to change it now, attacking the mayor for taking money back in Washington, D.C. back in the day. And it's really come a distance to hold accountability and this transparency that everybody on the public says we should have. It's right here. It speaks to it very clearly. And the enforcement actions at the Board of Ethics and those that would come by. It's also strengthened again in the Ombudsman's language. In the next change, the Ombudsman can make an ethics claim report. And I think that's a valid statement for a checks and balance inside government as well, given the new authority. So great job for all those reasons I stated, and I think it's a great thing to have current all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Traney?
You're right, Mr. Starr. Mr. Stout was a good member of this body and put a lot of his time and energy into this. The problem is we start out with 5 pages and end up 55. So it's nice to see the process is being reduced. We're saving more trees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. I just want to take a moment as the chair to thank Mr. Nesbitt and Ms. Ennis for your work. I also want to thank the Assembly's Elections and Ethics Committee, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Croft, Mr. Traney, and Mr. Dunbar, and also the Assembly staff. But this is a good example of the fact that our committees really work to get things done, and I'm really proud of that fact. Anyway, thank you very much. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on the ordinance as amended. That ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14U, AO 2017-40, to update provisions for the Assembly Counsel's Office, Assembly Program Budget Analyst, the Municipal Audit Committee, and the Office of the Ombudsman. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure who's the best person to ask this to. I'll ask it to Mr. Traney, I guess. On page 6, section C, when it talks about the political activities of the Ombudsman, why did we take out state or federal elections too?
What line are you on, ma'am?
I'm on line 48.
Who can answer that question?
The reason I ask is because I'm not sure what the state ethics what the state ombudsman's rules are, but it strikes me as being the ombudsman should be a non-political position, and so I don't understand why we are taking that out.
Mr. Ombudsman, can you answer that question? Thank you. Mr. Hess? Ms. Tucker worked with Mr. Hess, and she isn't here this evening, but if you can help with that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Ms. Dombrowski, through the chair, when we met and we talked about revising the code, it was actually I who recommended making these changes. It was a little confusing. Previously, the ombudsman could not donate to a local campaign, but could donate to a state or federal campaign, but couldn't volunteer, couldn't go out and wave a sign for any campaign. And I thought, I can understand the reality when it's a local, school district or assembly race or mayoral race, but it seemed like it limits somebody's personal liberties if you can't go out and wave a sign for a U.S. Senate candidate or a House candidate, but a state House or state Senate candidate, but you could donate to them.
So, Mr. Hess, can I ask you, you probably know, did you look at the state ombudsman's rules during this process?
No.
Because I think that's a fundamental flaw in where we're thinking, because the state rules are actually far more restrictive. And so the challenge I have, because as an assembly member, I've received complaints about activities outside that appeared to be partisan in one way or another. And so I look at this and I think we're asking for trouble, especially who wrote this? Did they consult the state code to see how the state does it?
Mr. Hess?
No. The state ombudsman's code has a lot of things that are different from the municipal ombudsman's code.
Madam Chair, I'm going to need, I don't know if I can just do this on the floor, if I'm going to need legal help, but I'm not comfortable with taking out state or federal. I think the ombudsman's position inherently by its position should be nonpartisan. And my understanding of the state code or the state law is that is how it's written. So we're being, I don't know, I think it's, you take the position as ombudsman to be nonpartisan and to be in the middle for everybody. And I just, I'm not comfortable with taking out, parsing it.
Well, Ms. Dombrowski, you can offer an amendment to.
All right. Well, I'll start. And I don't know where it's redundant with that, within the rest of the code. That's why I'm asking for legal help.
Right. Okay. But before you do that, there's three others in the queue.
Wait.
Well, okay. Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Starr?
It's on a different part of the.
That's fine.
I'll ask you this, Ms. Gray-Jackson. The inference that the budget analyst has the duty to prepare the assembly budget, it's sort of written in that language. Your interpretation of that, without trying to bring up all the stuff, you were budget analyst for the assembly for many years, and you were skilled at it. The problem I have is when I took over as budget and finance chair, we didn't have anybody that was skilled in the position. Even though there was somebody that was called a budget analyst, that person couldn't do the job. And so it fell on me and the clerk at the time to sort of come up with a semblance of that. So the wording I see in this empowering of the budget analyst does two things. It leaves the clerk out of it, and then it doesn't give you a fallback if that person's either not part of the budget process or not qualified to do it. What do we worry about that? I mean, I'm leaving anyhow, but the point is it doesn't seem to be clear if you face those scenarios. One is the scenario is a person's not qualified to do it. Secondarily, what's the oversight of the municipal clerk in her own budget or their own budget?
Well, thank you, Mr. Trainee. The budget analyst reports to the clerk, okay, unlike in the past when the budget analyst reported to the chair of the assembly. And I would think that during the hiring process that we would determine before that person is hired whether or not they could do the job.
Yeah, again, I guess the point is if it's read literally, the clerk is dependent on this person to provide that budget. It seems as if that person could run rogue and prepare her own budget, not at the approval of the clerk, even though you say it's approve it. The way I read it literally, it says that that person will do that job.
Preparing the assembly's budget, is that what you're referring to? Right.
The department of the assembly.
Right. The budget analyst has the responsibility of preparing the Assembly's budget, but not without review from, number one, the clerk, and number two, the Budget and Finance Committee.
Well, that'll be the legislative intent until challenged.
Oh,
So,
absolutely.
I'm glad you put it on the record.
Yeah, and there's also, just for folks who may not know or remember, but as the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, this was the second time that I developed a work plan for the Budget and Finance Committee, and it outlines a lot of different things that the budget analyst is responsible for. And I think it's really good, and I hope that whoever takes over maintains that work plan. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Well, I'll just leave you. There's so many more things in the Assembly's budget that people don't know about. Elections, the audit. There's a whole litany of things that that person needs to be considering of how government runs, not just how does our budget function, but all the other things that the Assembly pays for. It's supposed to be a second set of balances. So it's not a simple matter. That person needs to be qualified to do it.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. You're welcome,
Thank you,
Mr. Starr. I'm sorry.
Jackson?
Thank you,
Mr. Trainee. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address the issue that Ms. Domboski raised from, I guess, a different perspective. It seems to make sense to me to eliminate that state and federal requirement. I mean, the Ombudsman's office needs to be perceived as being fair within the realm he deals with, which are just municipal issues. The fact that he or she or their office may have certain political views outside of that shouldn't disqualify them, from participating in our normal, democratic processes. I think that, we're technically a nonpartisan body, but a lot of us belong to various political parties and make our positions known as well. I think if we eliminate that, or if we put back that state and federal restriction, we're basically saying that people that hold a political philosophy, perhaps, whether they're shown to be liberal or conservative, can't treat us fairly in these issues at the local level. And I think it's just bad. It's just a bad thought when we say that somebody has to be absolutely just like us, or we can't know what they're like in order to be treated fairly. So I think the restriction should be limited to local issues, and the Ombudsman and his office people, I think this covers, should be allowed to participate like everyone else in state and federal elections and show their flag if that's what they want to do. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Our clerk has a comment that I would like her to make. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At one time, I'm sure some of you remember when Harriet Drummond was an assembly member, and Harriet, while she was an assembly member, ran for the State House. And that at that time, I remember a discussion about Assembly Department employees that if they did participate in that type of a state campaign, or we've actually had a former mayor who ran for a federal office, that there was a discussion that some people thought that that could be inappropriate. And Ms. Gray Jackson knew about that example and asked me to bring it up to you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Croft?
Every now and then.
Had I indicated I wanted to speak on this?
You did, but you can change your mind.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I'm going to change my mind until I figure out what I wanted to say.
Okay, good. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Hess, would you come forward for a moment and ask you a question?
I was going to say what you said.
What's your position on this? Because you're in the job now, you and two other people, but what's your impression on this?
Mr. Trainee, through the chair, I agree with what Mr. Evans says. I think the Ombudsman's office should be very neutral and nonpartisan when it comes to local elections, but when it comes to state and federal elections, because it's not just the Ombudsman, it's any permanent staff member is prohibited from participating as part of our democracy in state and federal elections. I personally, since I've been Ombudsman, have chosen not to donate to any state or federal campaigns, even though I couldn't, because I do think there has to be the appearance of being neutral and nonpartisan. But I think not being able, my deputy or my associate ombudsman not being able to go out and wave a sign for the person they support for the U.S. Senate or the House or governor or state Senate limits their personal participation in our democratic process.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Madam Chair, I'll be just supporting the way it is now. You know, they can't participate in municipal election issues. That's common sense. But I want them to have the right to participate both in state and federal. I mean, we're all talking about giving people rights. I don't want to take the rights away from the ombudsman, no matter who they are.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Chair.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has actually been something I've been contemplating for many months, just because I had received a few complaints about it. But I am not comfortable. I think it needs further analysis, and I'm not comfortable doing it on the floor because I do worry about unintended consequences. So this is an issue I'll probably come back and revisit. But I want further analysis of the state code done, or the state law done, and how that ombudsman operates, because I know they're significantly more restrictive. And I think that's just the nature of the beast. It's the position you're in. And I think I think Daryl is fantastic, and this is not a reflection at all of what I think of the job he does, because I think he's a great ombudsman. I just am looking at code, and I don't know who's going to be there next time. And so I just want further analysis before I'm not ready to make something on the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. I appreciate that. Mr. Starr?
Well, he's still in the position, or that position still is covered by what we passed earlier, which is you can't misuse your resources. You can't be making phone calls for your candidate. You can't be, running mailers and things through your office as any employee or elected official or appointed official in that case. So, the ombudsman, what they do at Moose's Tooth Pizza for a fundraiser is totally unrelated to their job. It's when it carries forward and they're standing inside of City Hall or talking on the phone, or their staff is using the phone to promote a presidential campaign. That isn't allowed anyhow. So I think really we're protected from what potentially could be the misuse of the office, misuse of the individual. That's entirely up to them. From their perspective, I think even to be called on the fact that one person's elected, I'm always cautious about wearing buttons and pins on other candidates inside of City Hall and around public events. So I think it's pretty comfortable as written. I think if you want to, Ms. Dombrowski, look at it, but the carryover is they have private lives as well. You wouldn't want to deter anybody from running or taking a job because they couldn't speak clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There is no one else in the queue. We have before us AO 2017-40. Please vote. That ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14V, AO 2741, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2.50, Initiatives, Referenda, and Recall. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Starr?
It's already been moved and seconded. My question is the timing of it. It's effective immediately. Ms. Jones perhaps can talk about this. Is this a good time to institute this between elections, around elections? Is there a good time to not, or should we put a forward-looking date on it, like the end of the year, to educate the public? Or what's your take on what's coming up in terms of initiatives and scheduling and dates?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr, Mr. Falsey and Mr. Gates and I worked on this ordinance, and although there are a few pending petitions right now, we think most of this stuff is really cleanup, it's clarification. I asked Mr. Falsey to help us create a cookbook, and I think it just walks through the process a little bit clearer. I think you might want to ask Mr. Falsey to join in and make sure that he agrees with me. I don't see any problems with timing.
Being immediate tonight is what I was questioning. The effective date is immediate upon passage.
Correct. I don't see any problems with that.
Your opinion's fine. I don't need any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote.
Oh, it's for the next item.
This ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14W, AO 2017-43, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2730040, to provide that building permit fees for building safety services in the Anchorage Building Safety Service area collected by the municipality are expended only for direct services to applicant for permits. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
It's the last item.
Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Starr.
I need to postpone this one indefinitely, and I'm handing out a replacement item for late on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So let's vote first on postponing AO 2017-43 indefinitely. Please vote. That item is postponed indefinitely. Mr. Starr.
And I'd like to submit for the meeting of the 11th, so a late on the table item for tonight to take up the debate in the public hearing on the 11th. It's essentially the same. It just puts it into a different part of code. And thank you.
Probably.
Would you make a motion and then a second?
I thought I did.
You hit the board
I need
now.
a second and a third.
And a third. Thank you. That item is introduced. Public hearing is April 13th. Thank you, Mr. Starr. 11th, I'm sorry. Thank you.
For you, it's the 13th.
Okay, we are now at agenda item audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard? Please come forward, state your name, spell your last. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Melanie Dowling, D-O-W.
Speak in the microphone, please. Bring it down so we can hear you.
Sorry.
You're getting old. Thank you.
I'm also very short, so. How's this?
Great.
Good. Awesome. My name is Melanie Dowling, D-O-W-L-I-N-G. I am speaking on behalf of everyone here tonight in red. We are here to voice our concerns for the undocumented community in Anchorage. President Trump has indicated his intentions to ramp up federal immigration and enforcement and increase deportations. In light of this, we believe that the municipality of Anchorage needs to adopt a formal policy stating that the Anchorage Police Department will not aid immigration and customs enforcement with federal immigration enforcement and deportations. We are asking the Anchorage Assembly to adopt a formal ordinance stating that the Anchorage Police Department will not enforce federal immigration laws.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Timothy Higginbotham, Higginbotham. I'm here, like Melanie, with everyone wearing red. I want to add on to what she introduced. We are aware that Mayor Berkowitz has an informal policy with the APD, that policy being that the APD will not cooperate with federal immigration enforcements. But we believe that this informal policy is not enough. The main reason being that Mayor Berkowitz is not mayor for life, and that when he is out of office, the mayor that replaces him can easily change his mind about this. We're living in an era under this current administration where right-wing xenophobia is reaching a level that we haven't seen in decades, and it needs to be addressed with a formal ordinance from the Assembly, something that cannot be reversed overnight. We fear, with the under-the-table informal nature of this policy, that many undocumented people do not know that it even exists, and as such are living in fear of the local police. When people fear the police, they're less likely to report crimes, making our community more unsafe. A formal policy would make our city safer. We want victims, for example, of domestic violence to feel that they can contact the police without fear that the police will then target them for their immigration status. We know that other entities in the state, outside of the APD, are cooperating with the federal government on its immigration enforcement, including the state troopers, the DMV, the Border Patrol, and the Anchorage Jail. And we are going to take this to the state level. But for now, we cannot ignore the steps, the very simple steps that the Anchorage municipality can take to prevent APD from doing this. We need to take this current informal policy and make it formal with an assembly ordinance. Undocumented people in our community may be facing threats and hate crimes, some of which may be ignited by rhetoric from certain assembly members. We need to adopt formal policies to empower undocumented immigrants who live in our community to speak up about the antagonism and violence that they may be facing. We can't pretend that Anchorage is safe from the ugly trend of racist and xenophobic, bigoted attacks occurring across our country, even if they're not widely reported in our city, especially when we have people on our assembly who engage in the kind of rhetoric that leads to those attacks. We believe that victims of these assaults will be more likely to speak up if they feel that they live in a community where they are supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Michael Patterson, Patterson, and as my previous comrade stated, I am here representing everyone in red. And so just to add on to what has been previously said, this policy would, enacting this ordinance would be very simple since, according to the mayor, this policy is already in place informally. The Anchorage Police Department will not have to change how they do anything. No major policy shifts or radical changes in police administration are necessary. The existing informal policy will just need to be formalized. Second, this policy is an extension of Welcoming Anchorage. A public reaffirmation that immigrants are protected by our former policy will amplify and strengthen the message of our city's Welcoming Anchorage program. What better way to prove a welcoming city than by adopting a formal policy that truly protects immigrants from targeting by police? We have heard concerns that the policy is too controversial and is a lightning rod that draws criticism and possible retaliation. But we cannot bow to fear. We must do what is right. We must stand up strong against hateful rhetoric, not hide from it in the shadows. Our federal government is being extremely clear about the vision for our country. We should be equally clear about the vision for our city. And I just have some personal stuff I wrote as well. I'm from Anchorage. I'm also an Iraq War veteran. And the reason why I am personally here today is because there is a moral imperative that this assembly make Anchorage officially a sanctuary city. As we have seen in the past with nationalism, they tend to scapegoat the most vulnerable members of society, and we see this played out today with the rise of hate crimes against immigrants and refugees. And we also see this with the policies being developed and implemented by the Trump administration. I have grown up in Anchorage, and I've had the privilege of finding myself interacting with a multitude of diverse cultures, which personally has made me the person I am today. Many of those opposed to Anchorage becoming a sanctuary city fundamentally betray what makes Anchorage the city that it is. Those who oppose making Anchorage a sanctuary city on the premise that it will galvanize those elements of society that wish to harm the immigrant community through acts of terrorism or by political disenfranchisement fail to understand that an attack on human rights is an attack on the foundations of democracy. Mayor Berkowitz said it best in his response to the bomb threat against the Jewish community. Freedom does not bow to fear. This assembly should not bow to Trump. I implore the assembly to have the courage in the face of oppression to resist President Trump's attempts to undermine human rights and democracy. As politicians, your mandate is not to simply campaign and get reelected. Your mandate is to leave society in a better place than which you found it. I ask you to put aside political expediency and to do the right thing. Make Anchorage a sanctuary city.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Steve Plante, Madam Chair, Plante. I'm here to follow up on the discussion we had about fluoride in January by encouraging this assembly to form the committee that was predicted by Assemblywoman Dembosky for the following reason. There was a lot of information that was misinformation given out by credentialed people at that testimony, especially when comparing natural fluoride with what you allow to be put into our water. Basically, all of the pro-fluoride testifiers vigorously insinuated that there was no difference between natural fluoride and the fluoride that you allow to be put into our water. And I'm speaking about Lisa Bryant, Shannon Spalding, Brian Berube, even the public health officer, Van Pelt. Trini, you said it yourself. American poison, Chinese poison, if that's what you believe. That tells me you have a lot of questions. Evans, you went to a lot of websites, and you had a lot of reports on cavity reduction, but you said it yourself. It has to be studied. Croft, you asked questions to Mr. Jokel, the AWWU chief. You questioned him. He not only didn't know how much fluoride is put into the water on a per annum basis, he couldn't tell you the difference between the natural and what you're allowing to put into our water. In fact, he said basically there's no difference. And that's just, it makes me wonder whether or not these testimonies are accepted due to the credentials of the people giving them. Your questions weren't answered, and I think a committee's warranted. You should form the committee and put the ADA girl, Lisa Bryant, on it, and then put the biochemist, Susan Cannon, on it, and let's get this information out on the table, because just because somebody's credentialed doesn't mean they're speaking gospel to you people. I think that we should get this bullseye off your back. I mean, you're culpable. This isn't pseudoscience. It's not wiki science. This is modern science. All right? So 3 years ago, fluoride is branded as a neurotoxin. This is modern science. This is happening now. No one's asked me what the difference is between the 4 fluorides. John? I mean, you know, you represent Girdwood. It's the biggest concentrated group that wants pure water. You recused yourself in January. You should be asking questions all the time. That's right, Weddleton. You recused yourself. I think you did. So that's what I think. I think you should form the committee.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. I wanted to finish up speaking on the drone ordinance. I go by David Werner. And I
Can you spell your last name, please, for the record?
Verner.
Thank you.
And I also brought the citations. Last time, unfortunately, my printer ran out of ink, so I didn't have that ready when I came by last time. I'll make sure to hand these over to your clerk after I'm done. But one last thing I wanted to emphasize was Florida v. Riley, when it came to an issue with privacy. That case involved a police helicopter flying about 400 feet, looking down and saw a grow operation. They got a warrant for the grow operation, and the person tried to contest the charges saying the warrant was valid because they were seen from the air. Turns out the courts ruled, this was a Supreme Court case, went all the way up, says you don't have privacy when viewed from a public airspace. And since the FAA has opened up all airspace underneath 400 feet for UAS operations, the issue about privacy from being seen from above is sort of a moot point. And I want to emphasize, going back over to the United States v. Cosby, there is a little bit higher threshold of 89 feet above the controlling structures or property there, involving for a lawsuit if there's a repeat offenders kind of thing. So there is a bunch of federal courts and, case laws and federal regulations that deal with the various issues when it comes to UAS operations. Unfortunately, it's not in an easy digest kind of thing all in one place. And I do recommend that if you wish to continue on or to revamp this entire bill to have drones or UASs in mind, to come at this with all these in mind, and maybe possibly a better way would be modifying the trespass ordinance and have the UAS be considered an extension of part of the body, and have a little bit of a more easier way of dealing with that, like having it over private property within so many feet of the structure, like below the roof, the eave of the roof or something like that. Making it a lot clearer and easier to deal with if the police have to respond and there's some sort of evidence saying, hey, yeah, this was below the roof, right over my property kind of thing. Hey, we can do a trespass issue a warning before on that, and then later on or whatever, if the person repeats or continues to violate that, then you can charge them on the trespass issue. So that's all I have to say on that part.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Larenas Bashwa. That's LARENAS-BAJWA. I came to the United States 13 years ago with a resident status given to me by the United States Embassy in my country, Chile. I have lived in Anchorage for the last 10 years and thankfully fully included in the community. I'm honored to have the opportunity to live and raise a family in such a magnificent state. I have taught my native language in several schools around town, share my cultural and unique background, organize free poetry workshops for children at the Anchorage Museum, volunteer at the women's shelter supporting the work of case managers and Latino women victims of domestic violence, translating their cases. I have volunteered for several environmental nonprofit organizations in order to protect the waters, the salmon, and the quality of life of our native community, and raise my almost 4 children to be positive leaders in their communities as well. This has been my work for the last 10 years, to build a better, safer, friendlier, and culturally rich and diverse Anchorage. It is sad for me to have to justify my existence in front of you, to justify my existence in front of you, to feel the need to tell you I am a good citizen, as if my existence wasn't worth it enough. The current administration, led by Mr. Donald Trump, has brought this need not just to individuals like me, but to a much larger sector of our community. Somehow, our country of origin, the language we speak, the religion we believe in, our sexual orientation or gender identity make us eligible or ineligible to live in this country. Somehow, the United States is no longer the country that once welcomed your ancestors and allowed your families to make a living here, allowing you to be who you are today. I have been waiting for months now to hear your stance on this political turmoil. I have been waiting for the sake of our community, our undocumented members, our children and families, to hear what moral and common decency requires, but instead of a formal stance, instead of a written policy on what our local police is allowed to do, and that undocumented status is not a reason for police action, we have a verbal agreement between the mayor and the police. No one who feels threatened and persecuted will take a verbal agreement as a formal status of protection, and their voices and experiences are often forgotten in silence.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good evening. Anyone else? Hello.
Thank you for the time.
You're
I'm looking
welcome.
forward to see meaningful actions toward the protection and diversity of our Anchorage city.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, everybody gets 3 minutes.
Hi,
Okay.
my name is
Thank
Stone Sibit. That's S-T-O-N-E and then S-I Bravo Bravo E Tango Tango. I'm here in solidarity with everyone in red, although I'm speaking for myself. I've came on and off to these meetings for a few years now. I don't particularly like coming to them. I don't get a good impression from any of you on anything that you guys have really done. And I really have overall got the impression that maybe you're out of touch with a lot of Anchorage. And I would encourage you to consider, A, why I would say this to you, and B, if it is valid, and if you are out of touch with the Anchorage citizens who are not participating here, and maybe the Anchorage citizens who cannot participate here, and where this out of touch aspect has came, and to really consider it in your own lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Levi Adams, L-E-V-I-A-D-A-M-S, and I'm here to show my solidarity for the migrant and transient community, as well as those who have chosen to show their solidarity as well, here in red. And I basically just want to make the point, and I'll keep it brief because I believe that words are essentially inert, that an agreement between individuals behind closed doors is not sufficient in terms of protection for those whose lives and whose livelihoods are at stake in this community and in communities around the country. Recent events have precipitated some quite a lot of fear in quite a lot of people, from what it seems in my perspective. And I would like to see that mitigated by actions in the form of words on paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Council, good people of Anchorage, Alaska. I was not told to wear red tonight. It's a personal choice. It is my great privilege to address this assembly as a small voice representative of these streets, not your streets, not my streets, but our streets. It is my honor indeed to represent dozens of voices out there who are too weak or lack the courage, perhaps too fearful. Maybe they think they smell too bad and would just prefer not to spoil the air you breathe. For that reason, I might need 6 minutes. I'll rush along through this. The Hmong culture says that to speak of one thing is to speak of many things, for nothing goes uninterrelated. It says, welcome on the library door in 18 languages. The diversity in Anchorage is something special beyond any other place in the world. I think we can all recognize that, and I think that's all why we're here. It can be our greatest strength. We can send new models back through the lower 48 to solve their problems. It can also be our greatest weakness if we refuse to cooperate and share our cultures. And to just talk. My name is Eric Brown, E-R-I-C, Brown like the color, also known as Sunshine. If you're ever comfortable with that, I'm actually known as Sunshine Love. I live in that unsightly, undesirable, deplorable 40-year-old motorhome out there. Indeed, it's falling apart a dozen different ways, but I keep it together, just like I keep myself together. I'm a guardian of trespass on these streets, a keeper of the light, a mender of the neglected hearts. At night, when many of you folks go home from your 9-to-5 jobs, I'm out there looking after the folks who need looking after, who call for help. Indeed, the disconnectedness that our APD and ASP and fire and medical teams tirelessly respond to, well, I have great ideas on how to put it all back together. Should you be interested, Mayor Berkowitz? Should you need a $5 an hour guy with $500 a day ideas?
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Can I get somebody else's 3 minutes?
No, I'm sorry. Ma'am, would you like to speak? Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Erin Conlon, C-O-N-L-O-N, and clearly I'm with the group tonight, though I am speaking on my own behalf, and I don't have a lot to say, but I just felt that it was important that everyone reiterate what we're all here trying to say, just to get on record one more voice. That I want the municipality to adopt a policy of the Anchorage Police that undocumented status itself is not a matter for police action. Officers shall not initiate police action with the objective of discovering immigration status of a person. Officers shall not arrest nor book a person for violating federal immigration laws, and Anchorage will not cooperate or divert any of our funds to make sure or to help the federal government in rooting out folks that are just trying to, be members of our community and contribute to what makes our community and our country great. I do appreciate that Anchorage has taken, more or less unofficial steps in that direction, but we just ask that you guys could, stand by if you really believe that that's what what is the right thing to do, then put it on paper and allow folks to come out of the shadows and to feel comfortable calling our police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Excuse me, sir, you can only speak once. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Well, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, E-E. Sanctuary cities. Okay. Well, my Pope, I'm Catholic, my Pope thinks that's a good idea. However, it allows a gateway or a door to spies and terrorists. I know I wasn't going to win very many friends this way. But, do I really want to stand by the I mean, this thing makes me nervous. What's in there? I mean, he just left it. I'm looking at it and saying, oh, great, I'm going to get up there and get blown up. But what I'd really like to see is a balance between some ways so that we can legally get people in from other countries faster and not have them as criminals coming into the country. That would be a better solution. And you could filter society so maybe you wouldn't have such a great chance of terrorists. I mean, that's what I'm thinking, because once again, hey, getting blown up, it must be a terrible thing, you know? And this is a gateway or an open door to terrorists. I mean, if I was a terrorist, I'd love this. Sanctuary cities? Oh, this is easy. So what we would really need is a better way of filtering this. That way we can have the best of both worlds. We can be protected and the illegal become legal. And that sounds like a compromise. That's my feeling. My name's Ed Larrabee. That's what I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Okay. Any assembly comment? Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Mr. Starr?
I guess just because the topic's in front of us, and I won't be for long. Mayor, have you had a conversation with the chief of police about our definition of sanctuary city?
I have not had a conversation about the definition of sanctuary city with the chief of police.
Are you looking for a policy statement from the assembly?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Mr. Starr's question, Mayor Berkowitz, you answered that question a little like a lawyer. Let me ask you, have you or any of your supervisors, Mr. Abbott or anyone, given any direction to the Anchorage Police Department not to cooperate with federal authorities in immigration law issues?
Well, you didn't ask that question like a lawyer, but I can answer it anyway. We have not had any conversation like that. The Deputy Chief of Police, Sean Case, has said on many occasions that the policy of the police department is not to inquire after documentation status because it is immaterial to the laws that we're supposed to enforce, and it would compromise the ability of the police department to perform the job that they're sworn to do.
Okay. And if I can follow up, I just want to understand, because I think you were there at the last public safety meeting when I asked the question. My understanding of the only interaction really between the Anchorage Police Department and immigration issues that we find out about are if they have to book somebody, if they have to take them into custody and they can't confirm their status, then they're transferred to the state, DOC. Is that my understanding? Is that right?
Once they're in DOC's custody, it's out of municipalities' hands.
So beyond that, you have not, or no one that you know of has given any instruction to APD that if they can't document who someone is, just to let them go, right?
No, we've not given any of those kind of.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
But I also want to make clear is that we don't give instructions to the police about how to enforce the law. We defer to them in terms of what the best practices are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Falsey, would you define sanctuary city for me, please? Legal definition of it?
Through the chair, that is a $64,000 question.
I want it in one sentence. Can you do it? The answer is no.
If you ask the question and supply the answer, that makes my job altogether easy.
Because I know the answer to the question.
There are many different competing definitions of sanctuary city. It had no formal meaning in the law whatever prior to the executive order. The executive order gives a somewhat ambiguous definition to the term, but seems to say that a sanctuary city is those jurisdictions which willfully refuse to comply with one specific provision of federal law, which requires a municipality to provide immigration information it has on hand to the federal government upon request.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Take care of it.
Any other assembly comments?
Mr. Ford, I'll give it to you.
Can I have a motion to adjourn in a second, please?
Second.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You're welcome.